at the 27 and 29 Sunny Abacha Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, or our website on www.solarworldelectric.com. Please call us on 0906 331 5492. Solar World Electric Technology Limited. We are redefining the limits.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. The same messages correcting me that is Ramaphosa. I say Ramaphosa. I say thank you. Thank you, everyone. Correction is taken and noted. We're able to remember even before we got to the devices. So thank you. Cyril Ramaphosa is the president of South Africa, who is in U.S. at the moment, had a meeting with Donald Trump at the White House yesterday. So before we jump into the papers, I see a message here from Peter Obi. Let me just read it real quick. It's obvious that the biggest business for blackmailers now is talking about Peter Obi from every negative perspective. Even my solemn spiritual trip to Rome has been twisted into yet another blackmail campaign by merchants paid ostensibly to propagate anything negative against Obi. One such individual whose entire life revolves around blackmail falsely claimed that I went to Rome to have a private meeting with President Bola Tinubu regarding a purported 225 billion naira debt crisis involving Fidelity Bank. These claims are not only baseless, malicious, but entirely false. Oh, that's why they brought that kneeling picture, that he was kneeling before Tinubu. Let me categorically state that I have never sought an audience with nor met President Tinubu since he assumed office, except about 1 minute meeting at the arena of St. Peter's Basilica, Rome, during the inauguration mass of Pope Leo XIV, where I was seated behind and had to respectfully greet him and other dignitaries present. I was previously in Rome on the 9th of May for the laying in state of Pope Francis. Immediately after the mass and exchanging pleasantries, I went straight from Vatican City to London and then to Nigeria. The self-proclaimed blackmailer-in-chief and others who thrive on spreading pain and falsehood have also claimed that I own Fidelity Bank. For the record, I do not. Throughout my career, I have served as chairman, director of 3 banks, financial institutions, of which Fidelity is one of them. Fidelity has over 500,000 shareholders, none of whom hold a majority stake. What this blackmailer seeks is to harm these hard-working Nigerians and cause them needless distress. To those peddling these falsehoods and engaging in blackmail, I offer a simple prayer. May God grant you the virtues of gratitude and understanding to know that we came here with nothing and will go with nothing. That they cannot profit from their evil ways. A new Nigeria is possible. So there you have it. Peter Obi statement there. The PDP also released a statement just a few minutes ago. All members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the general public may recall the 600th meeting of the National Working Committee, NWC, held on Tuesday, the 29th of April 2025, wherein the NWC resolved to hold the 99th National Executive Committee meeting, that's the NEC meeting, on Tuesday, the 27th of May 2025, and the acting national chairman, Ambassador Ilia Damagum's media address on the same Tuesday, the 29th of April 2025, on the summoning of the NEC. Distinguished members of the NEC are hereby reminded of the scheduled 99th NEC meeting as earlier summoned to hold as follows. Date Tuesday, May 27, 2025. The headquarters and the rest is there. But the meeting is holding. The meeting is holding on Tuesday, May 27, 2025. So that much talked about NEC meeting is finally holding. Let's see what will come out of it. All right, to the papers now. Let's begin our read. Daily Post. Atiku, Peter Obi, El-Rufai working together adopts ADC as coalition party. This is supposed to be an exclusive from Daily Post. They say it's an exclusive from them, so let's give it to them. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, ex-Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi, and ex-Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State have adopted the African Democratic Congress ADC as the official platform of the opposition coalition. Daily Post authoritatively reports that the trio agreed to adopt the party after a meeting on Tuesday night. Disclosing this to Daily Post, an insider who wished to be anonymous said the coalition has been born. They have adopted the African Democratic Party as the coalition party. All of them, Atiku, Obi, El-Rufai, are working together. They came to the conclusion at a meeting last night, which lasted up till the early hours of this morning. You know, politicians meet when we are asleep. All the leaders and stakeholders of the coalition were there. They set up committees to dot the I's and cross the T's while preparing the way for the eventual public unveiling of the coalition. But effectively, as we speak, the coalition has been born and conclusion meeting took place. On the date for the official unveiling, the source says there is none for now, but it will be sooner than later, very soon. Politicians, military officers among Boko Haram informers and collaborators. Zulum. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has accused some military officers and politicians of being informers and collaborators for Boko Haram terrorists. Zulum vowed to deal ruthlessly with saboteurs, frustrating the efforts of his administration in tackling insurgency in the state. The governor also said his administration would strengthen its intelligence network to overcome terrorists and their saboteurs. Speaking in an interview on News Central, Breakfast Central, the governor puts it this way: we have informants and collaborators within the Nigerian armed forces, within the politicians, and within the communities. What we shall do is to strengthen our intelligence and to deal with them ruthlessly. This is the governor speaking, not the president speaking. Let's remove contractocracy. In 6 months, we can put to an end this madness. We need not politicize insecurity. Insurgency will never end with kinetic measures alone. We must ensure that the non-kinetic measures are also put in place. What I mean by non-kinetic measures are social, political, and economic dimensions of the crisis. Let me tell you one very important thing. Insurgency will never be ended by corrective measures alone. Among the 300,000 or more that have repented, I cannot rule out the possibility of a few going back to the bush. Insurgents using technology to fight. Nigerian military lacks equipment. Zulum is the governor of Borno State. Governor of Borno State echoes again that insurgents are using technology to fight soldiers in the north. Zulum lamented that the Nigerian army does not have the necessary equipment to tackle the insurgents. In an interactive session on News Central, he charged the Nigerian government to prioritize security by investing in drones to combat insurgents. The army doesn't have the necessary equipment on ground to fight the insurgents, and I want to also inform you that right now, the insurgents are using technology to fight the soldiers on ground. A few days ago, I had a meeting with the chief of army staff, and he said he was looking for 32 drones to end the insurgency, and he's right. Each drone is costing about $5.5 million. So why can't we pool resources together to build to buy these drones and prioritize insecurity? Another issue we shall look into is that of procurement of military equipment, both hardware and software. Let's deal directly, government to government, so that we can get value for money. Otherwise, most of the contractors won't buy the equipment if you give them money. If we want to do right, we can put ourselves together, and this madness will end within 6 months. Federal and state governments must come together so that we can prioritize security. We need not to politicize security. The federal government needs to listen to us. Zulum. The cable, they call it an extra. Amen. We're all together. Adeleke joins Bajabiamila in prayer for APC. Well, we listened to it just moments ago this morning, so let me roll this over. The Speaker of the House of Representatives gave commendation before proceeding to deliver the first annual lecture of Osun State University. So it was en route. All right, so let's roll this over. And then NCOS names Osun prison escapees, offers $5 billion reward for information. The Nigerian Correctional Service, NCOS, has released the names and images of the 7 inmates who escaped from the Medium Security Custodial Center in Ilesha, Osun State. The inmates escaped from the correctional facility on Tuesday following the collapse of the center after a heavy rainfall. In a statement issued on Wednesday, the agency offered 5 million naira reward for anyone with useful information that would lead to the recapture of the fleeing suspects. In order to encourage public participation, the Nigerian Correctional Service wishes to inform the general public that a cash reward of 5 million naira is being offered to anyone who provides useful information that leads to the recapture of the fleeing inmates from the Medium Custodial Center in Osun State. The service urges members of the public to report any information that they may have regarding the whereabouts of the inmates at large to the nearest security agencies. All information will be treated with utmost confidentiality and anonymity. And then they mentioned the names of the escapees there. So should I mention them? Okay, there's one, Toby Aki, there's Eze Nweze, there's Nina Lowu Yusuf, Matthew Ogujimi, Kabiru Oyinju, and Olalekon Ajofoyibo, I think so. Nigerians will benefit from it. Minister commends EFCC over 753 unit estate recovery. Nigerians will benefit from it. Minister commends EFCC over 753 units estate recovery. So we listen to them. This happened while they went on that inspection of the facility in Abuja. So you listen to the exchange between the EFCC boss and the Minister of Housing that happened just yesterday. We'll play that for you this morning. So let's roll this over as well. My only concern is that renewed hope portal that they're talking about. I don't know what that means. El-Rufai will keep Bosun Tijani as minister after sending Tinubu back to Lagos in 2027. We'll keep Bosun Tijani as minister after sending Tinubu back to Lagos in 2027. So we listen to El-Rufai here, but just some necessary information. Nasir El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, says Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, will retain his position if coalition defeats President Bola Tinubu in 2027. Rufai spoke on Wednesday during the second edition of Arewa Tech Fest held in Katsina State. The 3-day event was convened by the former governor to bring together startups, investors, tech professionals, policy leaders, and innovators to discuss tech-related innovations, especially in northern Nigeria. Tijani delivered the keynote address at the event. El-Rufai, who arrived late, apologized to participants for his delay. He explained that he could not travel, so that's where that audio started from, could not travel with the organizing team to Katsina due to a coalition meeting that held 8 p.m. on Tuesday. All right, so that's just the addition I wanted to bring in. Shadow government, court sets June 25 to hear SSS suit against Patutomi. A federal high court in Abuja has fixed June 25 to hear a suit filed by the State Security Services, SSS, against Patutomi over his recent launched shadow government. James Omotosho, presiding judge, fixed the date after Akinlolu Kainde, counsel to the SSS, moved a motion ex parte seeking to serve court documents on Utomi at his Lagos address through courier service. Kainde claimed that the Secret Service has been unable to send the court documents to Utomi. The judge granted the application. Next story. IGP orders probe into killing of Wase candidate in Ibadan. That's a story we brought you to yesterday. I saw that video and I'm freaked out of my mind that the parents could drive the way that man drove in that video. Whew. Kayode Gbetokun, Inspector General of Police, IGP, has ordered investigation into the shooting that led to the death of a teenager identified as Kainde Alade in Ibadan, Oyo State capital. A statement issued on Wednesday by Muyiwa Adejobi, force spokesperson, says the police officer involved in the shooting has been taken into custody. Adejobi said the IGP assures members of the public that justice will be served while pledging transparent investigation into the matter. He equally reiterated that the process will be transparent and its findings will be made public in ensuring that justice is duly served, as he expressed heartfelt condolences to the family of the deceased young man. Vanguard, slain WAEC student, why I flouted traffic laws, bereaved father. The father of the 15-year-old boy shot by police in Ibadan, Oyo State, Alade, has gone into hiding, just as he expressed grief and anger over the tragic incident that claimed the life of his son, Kehinde Alade. Recounting the harrowing event, the father of the teenager explains why he drove against traffic. When newsmen visited his home, he says, "I take them to school every day, and then in the afternoon, if I'm chanced, I pick them back home." There were about 5 children in the car. 5 children in that vehicle. God. While some were going to Olatundu area, others were going to Olabidon. When I came out of the house, I needed to pump the tire at a junction close by. As the vulcanizer finished, I entered the car to move, and as I moved, I saw a car moving towards me. I did not know it belonged to Oyo State Traffic Management Authority. As soon as I saw them, I moved, but they tried stopping me, and in the process, they hit my car. Thereafter, I put the car in reverse to bypass them, but I did not know 4 vehicles were chasing me. As their towing vehicle hit my car, I maneuvered and escaped, but the next thing I heard was a gunshot. My son was shouting, "Daddy, Daddy," in the backseat, but I tried to caution him to keep quiet. As we had left the scene, unknown to me, the stray bullets hit the boy. It was his twin brother who said, "Daddy, stop. Taiwo has been shot." The same child was calling you "Daddy, Daddy." You told him to shut up. As I packed to bring the boy out, the policemen and officials of Oyo State Traffic Management Authority were running after me. In the process, I held onto one of them. People gathered and rushed the boy to the hospital, and from there, he was taken to UCH. Unfortunately, when we got there, he gave up the ghost. When asked whether he was a suspect, the father said no. He, however, explained that one of the officials opened the back door and saw that there were kids in the vehicle. I didn't know they were chasing after Yahoo boys. I didn't know they were chasing after Yahoo boys or not. I was just taking my children to school. Why were you driving the way you were driving? It was his elder brother that was writing his WAEC, and the one that was shot was in SS1. Would have been 14 by November 26, he lamented. He also revealed that he and his wife were separated for 7 years. So what? Their mother abandoned us 7 years ago, and I made a promise to myself to give my children the best life possible. I've worked tirelessly to provide for them, often sacrificing my needs. You guys can tell that I'm obviously irritated by this. I have turned down opportunities to remarry because I wanted to focus on raising my kids. I often wonder which woman would accept me and my situation without jeopardizing their well-being. Like, what are you talking about? Kehinde was a bright boy with dreams and aspirations. He loved school and was excited about his future. And now all of that has been stolen from us. I need to understand why this happened. My son had so much potential, and it feels incredibly unfair that his life was cut short due to a reckless decision by those who are supposed to protect us. I demand answers, and I want to ensure that no other family has to suffer this unbearable loss. Oh, we'll talk about this in a moment. Let me chill. Police arrest officer who shot WAEC student dead in Ibadan. So we already listened to the IGP. The IGP mentioned this in that statement from Muyiwa Adejobi. So let's go to Premium Times. Final story for this morning. An exclusive from Premium Times. JAMB Insider speaks on claims UTME glitch targeted Igbos. Since the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, admitted to a technical glitch that distorted the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME results of over 300,000 candidates, accusations have emerged that the error was deliberately an attempt to target candidates of Igbo origin. A source in JAMB told Premium Times that this couldn't have been the case, as most of the officials involved in processing the affected results are from the southeast. The source also provided Premium Times with the names of some of the officials who are from the southeast, including the head of the IT company who made the error. The official who spoke on condition of anonymity said the insinuations are both divisive and ridiculous. The source explained that the chief operating officer, COO of the service provider, is an Igbo man from Delta State. The name mentioned. The links you can find on our Facebook page, so if you want to read and see the names, you can do so. This is someone speaking anonymously. It's a source, so let's just protect their identities. He did the processing of the result for JAMB. Are you saying he will agree to target Igbo candidates? The source questioned. Premium Times also gathered that there are individuals of Igbo extraction among the team tasked with installing the failed patch for Lagos and Southeast. The source identified some of them as their names mentioned. They're from Imo State and Abia State. He also added that the two JAMB supervisors for the affected Lagos and Owerri zone, names mentioned as well, are all from the Southeast. The JAMB director in charge of the Owerri Zonal Office Headquarters Annex is also from the Southeast. She's Igbo from Anambra State. So there is no way these people would deliberately sabotage candidates from their own areas, the source added, describing such claims as nonsensical. JAMB staff members and service providers are professionals and are not influenced by sentiments, ethnic, political, religious, or any other such considerations. Those are the stories for review this morning. We'll go straight. Let's begin our conversation. As other panelists make their way here, they'll join us. Jesse Williams is here. He's a legal practitioner. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe is somewhere in the building, so when he comes, we'll continue on. Let's begin with this Ibadan saga. The man that has lost a child now. I saw that video and I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'll just try to describe what I saw. So I saw a Honda vehicle approach. It's like you get to this U-junction point. So he approached the junction, and as he approached the junction, apparently he was driving on one way. So the government agency tried to stop him. He hit the first vehicle and maneuvered, and he was speeding. We're talking of a small distance, and he was speeding. When he hit the first vehicle and he maneuvered his way, he hit the second one and saw a narrow path. Some of the officers were on ground, literally beckoning on him to stop. He hit the second one, the narrow vehicle, things were in between, he brushed his way through and sped off. I'm like, okay. And they chased him. Okay, the police officer that shot at him, that's another issue. But I'm looking at the sense of responsibility of a parent who has 5 children in his vehicle to drive the way that man drove in that video. Today the officer is going to answer for it. And I said to myself, I see some of these American movies, I've not been there in real life when they are doing some of the operations, but if you hit the first vehicle, you hit the second one, and they go after you, somebody will likely pull out the trigger and want to see how they can demobilize you. So maybe the officer in trying to do that misfired, and the child died. Even when the child was shot, the brother inside the car was telling the father, Daddy, he said, shut up. Because he was busy trying to escape. Now he says he's not a criminal. What were you running from? What exactly was he running from? What's the worst that would happen? They would have caught him, impounded the vehicle, but the children will be safe. So perhaps he was thinking, I can escape them. You drive that way. Mr. Williams.
Well, it's unfortunate that the life of that innocent boy just ended the way it ended. You know, as you were telling this story, I could remember what happened about 3 weeks ago along Abacha Road in GRA. About the same thing. I was driving behind a vehicle. And it was Russia in the morning. I guess that man too was taking his children to school. Like this, what they call these people that wear white VIO. Now, along Abacha Road, I was driving behind the man. They stopped the man. If you see, there is a police station, Abacha police station. If there is a street by that. If you see the way this man
turned into that street,
If there was anybody standing there, that person, this is not police now. This is people without arm, without rifle, stopping him. You see? And that is how I behave sometimes. Because I know my children, there was a school there, they call Pre-Queen. So I know that route very well. So I said, I want to know this man.
You followed?
I followed him. I said, I want to know whether this man is well this morning. Do you know, I drove. Before he could come out, because I know that route very well, I followed. Behind Next Time Supermarket. That was where he posted.
To continue back on
Abacha Road. Do you know what I did? I blocked him. I'm not talking of police now, me. I blocked him. At first he thought maybe I was
one of them.
And incidentally I was going to court. So when he saw the way I was dressed, he was, do you know what? 4 children
was inside this car.
That vehicle. 4. And when he saw me, I came out. As a lawyer, I could see I just walked up to him because he couldn't bypass. I blocked him completely. I went to him. I said, you mean you have children in this car? And you did what you just did? You're a wicked man. That was what I said. He didn't talk to me. I got back to my car and drove off. You know, some of us parents, I don't understand. You know the pain in watching your own child die in your hands? I just can't imagine it. That man didn't do well. In fact, he should be checked whether he's mentally okay. Because no matter what any responsible and reasonable man will do, that the fact that they have your children in your car. Look, me, I'm ready to surrender myself and leave my children. Unfortunately, again, the policeman who shot, even if they are chasing Yahoo boys or criminal or whatever, are you telling me that if they were bent on arresting that man, they wouldn't have followed him? Because at some point he would stop that vehicle somehow. Even if he doesn't stop that vehicle that day, he will be driving till the next day. His fuel will finish on the road and he will stop. They will have. So the idea of shooting, no matter what the man may have committed an offense. That even come to think about it, even if he knew that what he did was going to take the life of his son, he would have done it.
No, but perhaps he was thinking that he could get away with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he thought.
He could invade them.
That's what I thought. Now, that's why my blame to the police. Police, these people have their own vehicle. Why don't you drive and follow him? There's no way, even if he's James Bond, let him be driving and going. He will stop somewhere and they arrest him. The idea of opening the trigger on an innocent boy. Now,
no, they didn't know the occupants of the vehicle.
That's what I'm saying.
The vehicle is tinted.
At least he would have aimed at, on the what do you call it, tire.
The officer said that's what he was aiming for. He was actually aiming for the tire, but unfortunately, it was the occupants of the vehicle that was hit.
That is his own defense. Now somebody is dead. Somebody is dead. Can 2 wrongs make a right? The man did wrong, and the policeman too. You say you were aiming on the tire and all that. Now you aim the boy, and unfortunately he will go in for it. He has committed murder. He will go in for it. No matter somebody is there, somebody is dead. All this, but the man talking rubbish there. I heard you. I listened to you talking rubbish. How his wife left. Is that what we want to hear? Is that why you were driving the way you drove? So, both the man, the police or the kid, they have. For the man, his mental state should be checked very well, and the policeman too. That is not how to handle the rifle.
But you know that we already know that some of our policemen we can't trust them with weapons. We already know that.
Yes.
So that's why even when I read the story yesterday, the first thing I said was, "I don't trust this our police people." Did you exhaust every means to get this man, or you're exaggerating? You're exaggerating the story. Until I saw the video yesterday. When I saw the video, I'm like, "Whoa." You have 5 children inside this vehicle and you could afford to drive the way you drove. I'm not absolving the police.
Yes, that's why I said that man mental state should be checked. I mean the boy's father.
How many of the drivers on our road should they be checking their mental state?
You see, at least when situation like this, of course, we should at least check that one, because he will continue to drive, and you don't know what will happen. Just like the one I saw on Abacha Road. What I told him, I believe for that moment, got into him. I said, you mean you have these children in this car? You drove the way you drove? I said, you're a wicked man. His children heard me. He couldn't talk. So a reasonable person for your fellow man to come down and tell you before your children that you're a wicked man. Your children. It's enough for you to go home and think. It's unfortunate that boy died.
Sandukwe.
Well, good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Nigeria. You see, I think for me, a lot of people are in the society as humans, as we are seeing them, but their mental state is not that of a human. And when ordinarily we focus on driver's license particulars, meanwhile the person that is moving this machine, as it were,
he's not well.
He's not well. He has all those particulars you require, but he's a complete madman on the road. Now tell me exactly how somebody will behave in a way that will bring the death of his own son. Kelly, you see, I don't have much blame on the police, though. I don't. Because what happened there is like what is happening in the Northeast, where terrorists are coming out after the operatives. Now, according to your narrative, this he hit the first...
Hit the first vehicle.
Thank you.
Maneuvered. Hit the second one.
Good.
Reverse, found a narrow path with things in between, forced himself through it and sped off.
You know what will be running inside the minds of those officers? Who knows who this one is?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Whether he's a terrorist or whatever. Because his action shows it all. And so that particular police officer, even though should have exercised restraint, but of course what may have truly was aiming at the tire. But mistakenly, the tire became the boy. Unfortunately. Because, you see, anybody will make effort before you are caught up in that death, that kind of maybe death of, is it by a terrorist? The man, didn't he know that he has hit the first car? Did he not touch him? And again, he said the son, the one living, was telling him, Daddy, Daddy. He said, shut up.
He told him, shut up.
Shut
At
up
least his
now,
own account. He told him to shut up.
Oh.
Because he was trying to evade the police.
It's unfortunate, Kelly. There's nothing. It's just that the death came and took the child that was innocent in place of the man that was truly the terrorist. Because that behavior is just like when the suicide bombers are driving along and they want to kill people.
You know, Kelly, you that saw that picture, the video. That video. When eventually he stopped.
No, we didn't see when he stopped. The video skipped. When he sped off, the video now skipped to the end, where a body was now lying on the floor. And the guy was now dramatic. Oh, he was holding the shirt of the officer. You have killed my son. You have killed my son. No, running all over the place.
You know what I wanted to ask? At the point he stopped that car, didn't the police at that point open the boot and check that car properly? Because it may not just be that he was taking his children to school that made him behave that. There may be something in that boot. There may be something extra he was carrying that would have led him to behave that way. So that's why didn't police at that point check that vehicle? According to the car is tinted. They didn't find anything in that vehicle.
I don't know.
And again, remember, Kelly, you see, the police may have this kind of vans we see them use here. That if they spend, maybe if they have spent more than 50,
the car will disintegrate.
Dancing. And, I have witnessed the one at Obogro Junction that a car was snatched before us. We were standing. Snatched, I think a car belonging to Ajib. And then as soon as they snatched the car and the police van was coming, they flagged it down. He said, look at this one going. He snatched. The driver was crying. And then they engaged in their speed gear and all that. The car, instead of moving forward, started dancing, rah. And even the Ozimo guard and all that fell off. Now, how can he run? How can he pursue? They stopped and said, have you seen our government? You blame us. Look at our government. This man had gone. And he went with the car. Ajib took the driver to, what do they call that? I've forgotten what they call it. That place that criminals are taken. Is it
CID? Not CID.
Not CID, but it's something similar. I think that's where CID also are based, but there's a name they call that, except I'm wrong. Okay. They took him to that place deep in the night. We started looking by 12 midnight because it was our Christian brother. That's where we got the brother. You see, so the police in Oyo State, except they are treated better. If they have car, they may not have the type that could pursue this James Bond, because that man was James Bond. He this one and survived. He another one.
It's unfortunate that he has killed his own son.
That is it.
This Emefiele's estate, at least now we can call it Emefiele's estate, because he tried to reclaim it, and he met a temporary roadblock because the courts did not agree to his claims. The court said you had enough chance to make a claim for these properties, but you did not, so it stands forfeited. Has he lost his right of appeal with that pronouncement, or he could still appeal again, Mr. Williams?
You know, if there is a forfeiture, forfeiture would have come after temporary forfeiture, meaning that property has left Emefiele.
Okay.
The important thing we should even ask them: has even Emefiele accepted that? Has he accepted that property belongs to him?
Technically, he has, because there
is no technicality here.
He went to. I can only say technically because I've not seen the court papers, but I know that he filed a case in court, barring the forfeiture of those properties.
Yes.
So he acknowledged that
he didn't. I also followed a little. He didn't come out to say it's my own. There is a company he's linking it to. What you have not claimed that is your own. What is the locus you have to fight for the company? The company, is it not a going concern? Now, the point I'm looking at is, I want to thank Emefiele in a way. Yes. You see, what Emefiele did, there are thousands and one politicians in Nigeria that are doing it. What do I mean? Stealing money. Emefiele, why I'm thanking him, because he stole his own and invested in Nigeria. Others will steal. Let me tell you one shocking story. I had a friend.
Is his tone not a bit too?
No, see, Obasanjo those days say, don't. If you want to start correcting this in Nigeria, call a thief a thief. Don't say, you know this person is a thief. You say, he's clever.
But
you begin to speak grammar.
You're a lawyer,
thief
sir.
is a thief.
You're a lawyer, sir.
See, my brother,
Mr. Williams,
I am a lawyer.
You're a lawyer.
Yes, I am.
And the law tells us what?
A thief. The law say a thief is a thief.
No, what does the law say?
I don't know the law you are referring to.
Before you are convicted, what does the law say?
No,
no.
Has he not been convicted?
No, he has not been convicted.
On this property?
No, the matter is still ongoing.
Which matter is that?
The EFCC said, this is what the EFCC said. When we started the process.
Well, I haven't called him a thief anyway.
No, but you said it now. Emefiele, no, sir. You said Emefiele stole.
Yes,
and invested it.
Okay, maybe I would have added alleged. Okay,
no, are you adding alleged?
Yes, I've added it, alleged. Now, the point is, let me tell you one story.
Leave Kelly.
There is a governor, one of the 1999 governors in Nigeria, who in London has, they say the estate he has, the person was telling me, is bigger than Rumo Koro, Rumo Ibo, Rumo Kuta. I say, what are you talking about? And this person who was telling me so was a speaker of a particular state. He said when the man left office, he visited the man in London. When he got there, there was no light in that building.
In the man's house.
In the man's house, the former governor, there was no light in it. That is His Excellency.
Is that the one that they dripped?
Well, I don't know, but let me. He said, His Excellency, why come no light? He said yes, that he's expecting something, that he's expecting some money to.
He can't even pay his power bills.
The person who was telling me this thing. So he says, okay, I would. He was still a speaker then. I will do something. You know what he did? The moment he came back to Nigeria, he was telling me he was building 3 houses. One in Eneka, an estate in Eneka. One in Stadium Road. Then one on Ada George. He told me, guy, I want to sell that estate. The one on Ada George is where I want to live. I don't want to own any house again. I said, why? That was when he gave me this story. What am I saying? Thank you, Emefiele.
Are you sure that speaker is also allegedly stealing money?
Well, I wouldn't know. He didn't say that about him.
No, but you're running a narrative.
No, I'm just telling you.
This has come from a narrative.
Yes,
Mr. Williams. This has come from a narrative.
No, I agree with you.
So if that governor possibly stole and then he was mismanaged and he's in the condition he is, who says that is the one that gave you the gist?
It is possible too, but we're talking of. I'm telling you what he told you.
No, let us defer to all.
Yes.
If we want to allege that all politicians do it, let us defer to all.
Let's not digress so much. I say I want to thank Emefiele for however that money came. He invested it in Nigeria. But the point is, in Nigeria, the recovered loot by EFCC most times is being looted. They have told us. In fact, when I saw that estate on TV last night, I shook my head.
For the first time? I saw it like weeks ago.
I shook my head. I said, for somebody
it's massive
to tell you the impunity in this country.
Impunity?
For one person, no fear. For one person to, however he made that money. According to you, I don't want to use stole. However, the salary he got, to accept to build that kind of thing, all in a place. You know that is impunity in it.
Let me ask you. Is it impossible?
No, according to Kelly,
is it impossible for Emefiele to afford that facility?
How?
I'm asking a question. Is it
to
impossible?
afford it how? From where now?
I'm asking a question.
From his salary?
Is it impossible?
From his salary or from his what?
Emefiele's salary is one. Emefiele as CBN governor would have many benefits attached to his office.
What kind of benefits?
He would have travel allowances every time he goes out of the country.
Okay.
Those things run in thousands of foreign currency.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So let's just assume, hypothetically, that he's a frugal person who manages his resources in a lean way. The man could save some money to buy that land and venture into building something like that.
You see, Kelly, anyhow you want to paint this.
Isn't it possible?
No, I say, however...
is it not possible?
It's not.
Kelly,
For me.
however you want to paint this, the point is that loot has been...
Alleged loot
has been recovered by EFCC. But my concern is, this is not the first time that EFCC is in that business of recovery.
You still did not answer. You didn't answer the question.
How?
And you seem to be very emotive about this particular issue. Let's look at the technicalities involved first.
I don't like talking
No, we have to talk technicalities because that's how people can understand.
Technicalities.
Our job
you expect the lawyer to talk technicalities.
Our job is also, that's the fine part of you being a lawyer in this issue.
No.
I asked the question.
In fact, law said the era of technicality is over.
No, I asked the question because now that Emefiele put an appeal forward, and yes, he lost that appeal. Is the window closed for him?
No, the window is not closed. In two ways. One, Court of Appeal can still do something, upturn that judgment. One. Two, he can also, any day he comes out from prison, or he can even remain in prison and announce that he has defected to APC. Yes, it's possible. Because remember, a former national chairman of APC, a senator, Adams Oshomole, said the moment you come to APC, all your sins are forgiven. Oshomole, what is his name? Emefiele has this opportunity. There is a window for him. He can stay in prison there and say, I am now APC member, he seems to be forgiven. Look, I hear a former president's wife who at some point faced what Emefiele is facing today. All her own that were recovered by the same EFCC.
Call her by name now.
Well, if you know the person, fine.
Why can't you call her by name?
The same EFCC today have given her back her own. So what stops Emefiele from being in prison?
But you also know that some of those cases the EFCC brought against her, they fell flat in court.
Against who?
Against the EFCC.
You know the person.
Patience Jonathan.
Oh, she's the I don't know. But what I'm saying that let
us be clear.
Mr.
Williams. Let us, because I take pride in being sure of the information I'm giving people.
Yes.
Right? That's the only way we gain credibility.
That's correct.
He's not talking loosely here and there.
Yes.
We know that why they did not go after Jonathan, they went after his wife when they left office. There were several cases against Patience Jonathan. Most of those cases today, as we speak, fell flat against the FCC.
That's Kelly. We are saying the same thing.
So it is not the same case.
Kelly,
it's not a case of
Kelly,
no. Let me land now.
When you say
let me
flat,
land.
is it a law or you know there's something there's a political settlement that can also make a case to fall flat?
You know the case against former Attorney General of the Federation. I think under Jonathan, right?
Adoki.
Yes, Adoki said, there's no case of. I have no case here.
Yes.
The FCC, they're just wasting their time. The FCC danced to Dubai, went to Saudi Arabia, came back, did everything. At the end of the day, when the matter was ruled, they just said, you provided no substance, no fact to back whatever claims you have made.
Me and you are saying the same thing.
So the difference here is, did she get back her properties because she is in good terms with the Tinubu administration,
what I'm telling you
or
that,
because the EFCC failed to present evidence to defend whatever claims they were making?
Listen to what I'm telling you that the moment you begin to romance with APC,
no, this is
the instruction will go to EFCC.
Mr. Williams.
No, Kelly, wait. I'm telling you. The moment
Mr. Williams,
you become a born again,
Mr. Williams,
the EFCC will furnish court with those materials that will make their matter fall flat.
In the context you are speaking, which is Patience Jonathan, it's misinformation.
It's not.
It is.
Wait, Kelly, has she recovered her properties or not?
Did she recover it because...
No. Has she won in court or not?
Did she recover it because the EFCC could not establish a case against her?
That is because she won in court. Court say EFCC did not prove.
So it's not a case of political favors.
That's the point I'm telling you. That all Emefiele need to do today is to...
Can you understand?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand.
What Emefiele need to do today is he can do it even while in prison and begin to praise this government and say this is the best government. You will then see that EFCC their case will fall flat.
We have to you see it again. No.
But it's on point though. See,
I am not saying he's not on point.
Okay.
I am only saying that the links he's bringing in.
I'm talking about the link you said the patient Jonathan had in the court.
In the link
that EFCC couldn't
prove their case.
But political interference could neutralize the
EFCC,
law.
Of course.
I'm telling you.
You don't know.
So you mean that EFCC takes a matter to court? So in the case of Adoke, it was political interference?
Well,
are you not aware?
That of Adoke?
No, let me answer him. Are you not aware?
No, I'm not aware.
Let me tell you something.
I'm listening, sir.
Is the Malabo
yes, Malabo. Yes.
You think Adoke did it all alone?
It is possible.
I'm going for no. We're not closing it. We have to go for a commercial break.
Okay.
Let us agree that when one person speaks, you will speak and wait for another person to speak, so that we have an understanding.
You have been sparking.
No.
You have been
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Mr. Sebastian James. He's head of marketing, Cyber Plus Homes and Investment Limited. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Tell us about Surplus Homes and Investment Limited.
Yes, Surplus Homes is a reputable real estate company in the city of Port Harcourt. And, when you invest with Surplus Homes, you can go home and sleep with your both eyes closed.
Okay.
Because when you buy to any of our properties, we ensure that you get your free documentation, all right, done for you. And again, I always tell people that when you buy from Surplus Home, you buy joy, you buy happiness, and you buy peace of mind. Real estate is not something you should just, after working hard for your money, at the end of the day, you get to lose that money. No, that's why you need a company you can trust, a company that you can buy your property, and then you can go home and sleep with peace of mind. That's what Surplus can do for you. At Surplus Home, we don't just sell properties to you, we give you expert advice. You don't just come to us and say you want to buy land. First, we get to counsel you, find out what kind of property do you want, what kind of goal do you want to achieve. You don't just buy into property because people are buying. You should have a goal you want to achieve. Are you buying for land banking? Are you buying, you want to tell you can buy and build? And what is your budget? We look at that and we counsel you and say, okay, go for this, go for that, so that you can actually achieve what you really want to achieve with what you have in your hands.
All right, so let's talk about your estates.
Yes, at Surplus Homes and Investment Limited, first I want to talk about our ultimate estate, City Estate, because this happens to be our brainchild. And you see, Ultimate City Estate, as we speak to you right now, is selling at the promo price of 4.5 million. When I came here, I was talking about that estate. It was selling at a pre-sale of 2.5 million. Now it's selling for 4.5 million. So imagine if you had bought that property, when I came here to talk about it, you would have made about 2 million, profits on it.
It has appreciated by 2 million.
By 2 million, yeah. And we can't tell what this property will sell at before the end of the year. So you still have a chance to come in now and buy. And we have the following landmarks, such as the Cactus filling station, the Cactus Aluminium, and of course the Sterling Oil and Gas. It's a place that is already developed for people to live in. You can actually start your building project if you want to. A place you can start building. This is about 15 minutes drive to the international airport. All right, it's at Omagua. All right, so it's open for investors who want to buy and start building. And then we also have another estate that is called the New City Estate, Alo. Right here in Port Harcourt. Alo, you have the landmarks such as the University of Port Harcourt is the landmark. We also have the Market Square, which is at Choba, and of course the Everyday Supermarket at Choba. These are the landmark to this estate. We have phase one. Phase one is selling at 6.5 million, which is Omoda in Alo, or the place called Omoda in Alu. That place we have constant electricity. It's selling for 6.5 million, and while the phase two is selling for 3.5 million naira. So we also have the Jackson City Estate. This one is located at Eneka, right here in city of Port Harcourt. We have the following landmarks such as the Emerald College, the Army Range, the Port Harcourt Ring Road, which of course is one of the biggest projects in River State today. So it's a developed place where you can also build and start your building project as soon as possible. This place is selling for 6 million. In fact, it's a promo. It's a place that you can't have it at 6 million, but we are on promo now. You can have it at 6 million naira. And we can also allow you to start your investment with 1 million, and you can actually spread your payment across. Then we also have the Spring Farm Estate. Spring Farm Estate is located at Isiogbu. That estate is selling for 1.5 million, but you can have it now at a pre-sale price of 950,000. This is for those who just want a place they can use for land banking. Maybe you want to start some farming project there while your property is appreciating. All right, then you can go for Spring Farm, estate and acquire. All right. So these are our estates. And again, like I always say, if your budget is not up to this, we can actually see how we can help you to start your investment with 500,000, 1 million, and then you spread it across. All right.
So let's talk about your buyback plan.
Yes, you see, buyback plan is an investment system that we design for our investors. There are some investors that say, okay, I don't want to buy a land now because I don't know how long I'm going to wait for that land to appreciate. And maybe they want to make some money on their investment. So what you do is this: when you come to Surplus Homes and you say you want to buy into our buyback plan, we allow you to buy into some of our investment within the real estate space, where you get to earn 30% annual returns on your investment, and this will automatically save you from inflation. Of course, you know that if you leave your money right there in the bank and you don't make use of it, it's going to be affected by inflation. Of course, you know that inflation is a stubborn increase on the prices of goods and services due to deflation of currency, and this can affect your money. Why not bring that 1 million, that 100 million, and invest with us, and then earn 30% return annual investment? We have some important documents that back up your investment, such as the deed of buyback. We have what we call acknowledgement letter that tells you about what you have invested with the company, the date of investment, the amount you've invested, and what you are entitled to at the end of the year. We give you receipt of payment, and we also give you post-dated check. This check carries exact date that your investment will mature, so that you don't need to call and say, my investment have matured, I need to catch up my interest. No, you just walk to the bank and then have your money paid to you. So this is what buyback is all about. You can start with 1 million to 100 million depending on your capacity.
Okay, so how about your payment plans?
Yes, we have a very simplified payment plan. And before I talk about that, for those who are still listening to me, I would like them to know that some of our properties are available for them to view. All right, so we usually advise that you text your name and your WhatsApp number. Why we need your WhatsApp number? So that we can actually send videos and pictures of these locations to you. Okay. So text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081 80 637 508. That is 081 80 637 508. We also have two classes of inspection. Two classes of inspection, right? We have the in-house inspection. We have the field inspection. The in-house inspection, you can walk into our office and say, okay, I want to look at all your estates. So we actually show you. You go through them. When you're satisfied with what you want, we take you to the field for physical inspection that happen every Thursday and Saturday of the week. So all you need to do is to text your name and your WhatsApp number to 081 80 637 508. Again, 081 80 637 508. You can also pay us a visit at number 41 Great Grace Complex, number 41 NTA Road, Ozoba, where we have the new Ozoba flyover. So talking about the payment plan, we make it easy, all right, depending on your portfolio. If you want to start spreading your payment between maybe 200,000, 500,000 to 1 million, depending on your capacity and based on the kinds of property you want to buy, we simplify the payment system for you so that you can be able to secure your land. Because it's very important.
So the Port Harcourt Realtors Academy?
Yes, the Port Harcourt Realtors School, of course, we designed to help individuals who want to go into real estate, such as realtors. People want to go into real estate and know how they can also earn money. Because as a real estate consultant, you can go into real estate with zero capital and begin to earn money, earn commission from real estate industry. So a lot of people don't know how to go about it. The essence of this academy is to teach people, guide them, give them the basic of real estate, teach them about different marketing system they can implement, such as Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and WhatsApp automation, and all these systems that can help them to grow their real estate business. So if you want to be part of that academy, all you need to do is to text us your name, indicate your interest to 081 80 637 508. The number again is 081 80 637 508.
Okay. Your inspection days?
Yes, every Thursday and Saturday. That's for field inspection. But in-house inspection happen all day. So if you are free, just walk into our office and tell us that you want to look at our estate. We're going to put up a screen to go through them, and then you decide the one you want, then we take it to the field before you do your payment. And of course, the documentation, within a week to 2 weeks, your documentation is ready for pickup. And then if you want allocation, then you also get your properties allocated to you.
Okay. Yeah. Final word of phone numbers, address, then final word.
Yes, the phone numbers to text your name and your WhatsApp number to is 081 80 637 508. Again, 081 80 637 508. You can locate us at Great Grace Complex, number 41 NTA Road, Ozoba, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And I would like to tell you this. The Bible says, a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children. What is that all about? It's about landed properties. Don't wait until land becomes too expensive for you to afford. Take advantage of our ongoing promo and make sure you secure a plot for yourself.
I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Sebastian James.
Thank you so much for having me.
He's the head of marketing, Saba Plus Homes and Investment Limited.
My pleasure,
for making
sir.
the time to be here and to share this valuable information. Thank you.
My pleasure, sir. Always. Thank you.
All right.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has advised the federal and state governments to prioritize local investors for economic development. Dangote gave the advice at the Taraba International Investment Summit in Jalingo, which attracted investors from across Nigeria and beyond. Africa's richest man said domestic investors are the ones who will attract foreign investors, as according to him, no foreign investor would come into a country where local businesses are not thriving. He further disclosed that the federal government benefits 52 kobo for every 1 naira he makes from his Dangote cement factory. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the 2023 general election and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar says that a stable and secure business environment will not only attract investment but also would lead to economic growth. Atiku stated this while speaking at the Taraba International Investment Summit tagged Taravest in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital. He said that Taraba's economy holds significant investment potential and could be optimized to reap the benefits with the provision of a stable and secure investment climate. He identified agriculture, solid minerals, and tourism as strategic to the development of the state and urged the government to implement measures that will address investment risk and eliminate bottlenecks. He identified efforts that should direct the government's efforts in attracting investment to include an investment generation that is well designed with clear goals, objectives, and strategies, as well as clear, coherent, and consistent policy measures. The administrator of Ahoda West local government area, Promise Jacob, has approved the appointment of Enitoin Iyala as secretary to the local government council and Dr. Elijah Laki Opaki as his chief of staff. Promise Jacob also approved the appointment of Madu Dab Madueke as his chief press secretary and Kyo Ekine as the chief of protocol to the administrator. According to a statement he personally signed, the Ahoda West Local Government Council sole administrator, Promise Jacob, said the appointments took effect from the 14th of April 2025. On the foreign scene, Italy has approved a law that tightens the rules for people with Italian heritage to get passports. Previously, anyone with an Italian ancestor who lived after March 17, 1861, when the Kingdom of Italy was created, qualifies to be a citizen under the Jus Sanguinis or descendant bloodline law. Under the amended law, which Parliament ratified on Tuesday, applicants for an Italian passport must now have one parent or grandparent who was a citizen by birth. The government said it changed the rules to enhance the link between Italy and citizens abroad, avoid abuse, and commercialization of passports, and free up resources to clear backlogged applications. From the end of 2014 to the end of 2024, the number of citizens residing abroad increased by 40%, from around 4.6 million to 6.4 million. That's it on the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
I welcome you, Mr. Casey, from the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's glad being here today.
Mr. Casey, a lot of people want to know what the Nigeria Business Mastery Group is all about.
The Nigerian Business Mastery Group is an international business partnership organization that shows smart and forward-thinking people how they can raise funds for businesses or projects. The word there is raise, right? So what is done in the Nigerian Business Mastery Group is that we will show you alternative ways you can use to raise the funds you need to set up that business that you have been trying to set up over a period of time.
Now, since 2016, the Business Development Assistance Program has been helping people build their businesses by providing them a real-life functional roadmap that helps them raise business capital. Now, we know that having the capital to start your business is not just enough. That you have the capital does not mean your business is going to be successful. As such,
if you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now.
So what we do is that we don't just help you raise the money you need for your business or project. We'll also mentor you to ensure that that business or project you've started becomes a very successful business.
Now, Mr. Casey, looking at your explanation, what are the categories of people you will want to engage in the Nigeria Business Mastery Group?
I'm going to list out the category of people based on the kind of problems we can help them solve, right? So the people we're looking at are people in the following category. 1, do you have a plan to start up a business? Pick up your phone and text yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you have a business that needs money to expand? Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise money to pay fees for your children? Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise money to pay your rent? Pick up the phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
Do you need to raise capital for whatever smart project you have in mind? Whatever it is you want to do, and you've had that project in mind for a long time, for years, you've not been able to raise the funds and you don't know how to raise the funds. Pick up your phone and send yes
to the Nigeria Business Mastery Group. Because the Nigeria Business Mastery Group has a functional working plan on ground that we use to help you raise funds for your businesses or projects over a period of time you choose.
So we challenge you to deal with your cash flow problems today
by letting the Nigeria Business Mastery Group help you today. If you respond to us through this program you're listening to right now, we will talk to you completely free of charge, right? You don't need to pay anything as far as you are responding from this program. But if you miss this slot and you still wish to speak with us, then you may have to pay a consultancy fee when you come to our office. So it will do you a world of good to respond to us through this program now. The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
will be on ground to discuss with a limited number of people who we will assist in raising capital. So if you are with your phone, get ready to text yes, right? Do not delay. Pick up your phone now and get ready to be the first to send yes to the number I'm going to be calling out in a short while. So don't just sit down there and hope your life gets better. Know this: hope is not a business strategy. The moment you sit down there hoping for your life to get better, you are wasting precious time, because hope is not a business strategy.
Talk to our consultants and be one of the first to benefit from the Business Partnership Assistance Program of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group.
So, if you'd like us to help you raise the funds you need for your business or project, send yes, YES, to
0706 891 1646 0706 891 1646.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0706 891 1646 0706 891 1646.
The consultants of the Nigeria Business Mastery Group
are on ground to assist you raise capital for your business or project. All you need to do is to be among the first to send yes to
0706 891 1646 0706 891 1646 0706 891-1646, 0706-891-1646.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation, and I'll return to Mr. Williams. I like technical information. If we say that there's politics influencing this, we'll need a bit more than just assumptions. And I know that when I demand for a bit more, a lot of persons get uncomfortable. But that's the only way we can establish a case based on facts and not just emotions and sentiments. So one of the first things I asked about the Emefiele case, which you have said, is there are 2 ways Emefiele could reclaim those estates. One, he could go to court. He could go to Court of Appeal to challenge the lower court decision that declared the forfeiture to the federal government. The Court of Appeal could grant him that, or he could go through the political way, seek peace. I don't even know how possible that would be for Emefiele right now, because it is said that the president is not very happy with him, especially with the policies of Naira swap. I think it's Naira swap now, Naira redesign, and all of those things, and how it was likely going to affect the chances of Tinubu to become president and so on. He too, at some point, campaigning to be president, wanting to be president, and even campaign for it. So going the political route right now may be a dead end for Emefiele. But one of the things that crosses my mind is, if the EFCC now say they've handed the estates over to the federal government through the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Housing said they are going to do some tests, integrity tests, and all of those things, evaluations, and then they will develop it and sell it. That Nigerians should not worry that they too will benefit through the Renewed Hope portal. I said, what is Renewed Hope portal? What does that mean? Is it a new portal in the federal government or something? But if the government went ahead to develop this property and sell, and Emefiele wins eventually in court, what happens?
You know, that is why the government should not be in a hurry. The government should not be in a hurry. Because the law must take its processes. And I know, even if EFCC has quickly handed over to Ministry of Housing, that might take another years, or 2, 3, 4 years, as the case may be, for them to say they want to develop. Of course, their integrity test, they know why they say that. That integrity test can last as long as the matter is in Court of Appeal and Supreme Court.
So they also understand?
They understand. But you see, me as a person, I still don't believe that the Emefiele has lost that property. You know why I say so? Kelly, cast your mind back to how Nigeria was 2011, 2015, that led to even our president today leading a protest. Oh, Jonathan must go. Oh, Jonathan this. Oh, you got that. And that also, when Jonathan left office, Buhari continued and all that other. At the end of the day, then we were hearing there's no day you don't hear Patient Jonathan and the wealth she amassed in Nigeria. There's no day then. Now, if all that can fizzle out, I listened to Mrs. Jonathan the other day saying that she's no more interested in going back to Aso Rock. When she went to see Tinubu's wife.
Actually, it was Tinubu's daughter.
Okay. She went to see Tinubu's daughter. And there, she now confesses to the world that she's no longer interested in going to Aso Rock. And Kelly, in this country, there is nothing politics cannot do. Especially in the politics of today, in my party APC, where they have said, when a national chairman of a political party, it's only in Nigeria that the president of the country has too much power. But in other climes, the national chairman of a party has so much power. If a national chairman of a party can say, whatever you have committed in Nigeria, the moment you come to APC, you are a born again. He said that. Adams Osomole said
he has denied it.
No, he can't. Even if he denies it, doesn't mean that he didn't say it. I heard it.
At least I should tell you that he has denied
it. But I heard it. His denial is inconsequential. Okay. He has said it.
Okay.
And that's why I believe that. That's why I believe that Emefiele is either his lawyers are busy telling him stories and they let's go to court. That is the best way to solve this whole thing. That's why I don't believe that Emefiele has lost his property. All Emefiele need to do in the Nigeria of today, all Emefiele need to do is to say that renewed hope is the best thing that has happened to Nigeria. And then let him remain in prison and defect. Say, I formally defect. Even if nobody has done it before, defecting or decamping from the prison, he can start it. It will make news. President Tinubu will hear it. That the Emefiele, who is incarcerated, has defected to show you how this government is working. That even a prisoner can feel this government from the prison. He has defected. Trust me, if that happens, Emefiele property will be returned to him. In Nigeria. This is Nigeria, me and you are living. So Emefiele has not lost his property. It is either he doesn't know what to do or he's been misled. Two things, like I have said.
Okay, so the faster one for him would be
the
political way.
That is the best. Go in prison. Let me tell you, that would make
do you actually believe that Tinubu could just let everything
slide? Kelly, that is, look, in Nigeria today, the only thing that politicians cannot do in Nigeria is to say that the war has ended, and the war actually ended. That's the thing that they cannot. They have said man is a woman, and it works for them. They have said woman is a man. So today, if Emefiele is unprecedented, yes, if Emefiele remains from the prison, they say voice from the prison. The journalists will caption it, the voice from the prison. Emefiele, praises renewed hope agenda, that this is the best thing that has happened to Nigeria. Of course, he must start by condemning Jonathan, condemn Buhari and say the best thing that has happened to Nigeria is Tinubu. Trust me, Emefiele will be out. He will not only be out, he will reclaim all his properties in Nigeria. So it will be a surprise to me.
It's time to quit. See, the concern I have for me is the timing of what the EFCC they are doing. They know that Emefiele recently just challenged it. Yes, he hit a roadblock, but he still has other legal means that he has not tested. So why be hasty in handing over those duplexes to the Tinubu administration? That's the point of concern for me. It seems suspicious that they are doing it and they are trying to make a ceremony out of it.
Well, the truth is that, Kelly, even if that estate is handed over to the administration, if Emefiele wants to reclaim them, not using the legal means, he can reclaim them. And that's true what Williams has said. You see, it's not that is his own idea. That's exactly the reality of ground. So long as you now move to one party, to the ruling party, whether Oshomole said it or Oshomole did not say it, that's what happening now. If you remember Chief Ojus Okalo, so what happened? Are they still taking? See, what I'm saying, maybe you are not living in this country with us, is that, see, if one is in court and your case is so bad, the legal means should determine your fate. But not in Nigeria. The political interference, especially from the exalted position like the president, and then you might not meet the president, but go in through his political party. That settles it. It will neutralize everything. Not that those legal standards no longer exist. They exist. Is it not whatever the judge pronounces in court that will mean exactly the solution? That is it. Because remember the Patience Jonathan owned. If, for instance, they had their acrimony against whatever, whether EFCC found something or not, there could be something created to hold down whatever they have taken from her. But because the coast is clear for her, maybe there's a kind of, even if it's mind alignment, not practical alignment, mind alignment with them, you agree with everything. Then the EFCC was not doing its job very well. And if you check, a lot of jobs have been done very shortly by EFCC. A pronouncement will always come out in court. Do you think it's only in EFCC that we have those who don't think? We have them. Those who think they are EFCC. But the EFCC is monitored. That's why when Chief Obasanjo established that, some people were saying that it was used against perceived opponents. But that's the reality. But nobody will always own up to that. So if Emefiele wants his properties back to him, he knows the easiest way. But if he follows the legal way, it might linger and linger and linger. What the authorities want is exactly what will happen.
I'm up with Senator Boss of Ray Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO, Green Consulting. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, my fellow panelists. Good morning to our listeners.
It looks like you were away on vacation.
Same to you.
You look 10 years younger.
Same to you. Kelly, you're just trying to do, what is it called? Return to sender.
No, you look really rested. You look rested.
We accused you of abandoning the war front, the Nigerian media space for a whole half a year. Yeah, just one of those Nigerians lucky enough to go away for half a year and still have a job. And we are patient to listen to you.
But you look rested. You look rested.
It depends on who is saying so. I have not seen a medical certificate except the one issued to you by APC.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., Public Affairs Analyst, Chairman, NDNAF, River State Chapter, and a voice for Ngani Kingdom. You look like you're coming from the battle. What happened?
Kelly, morning.
You win?
Well, life is a battle itself. Life itself is a battle. But thank God that I made it among the living.
What is grammar?
It's better I'm here. And they say it's better late than never.
Okay. But there's peace, yeah?
It depends on the kind of peace.
Okay. Sorry, I won't provoke you any further.
You should advise, but there is justice.
No, this one doesn't need justice.
People like Kelly preaches justice, but they don't want to give peace.
We don't need any of those things. It's plenty of wahala.
Give me peace. Definitely you have justice.
No, we don't need that one. We don't need it. Let me go to Amusan. But the states, the handover of the 753 unit estate in Abuja, EFCC to the Federal Ministry of Housing, there are questions being raised by Nigerians. I'm just suspicious of the timing. The timing of it, the matter is not being exhausted in courts, and according to the EFCC chairman, President Tinubu asked them to hand it over and so on and so forth. I don't know what your concerns may be, beyond mine.
The concerns are really that, one, we can see the progression of the executive arm of the state into the realm of the judicial or the law estate that is supposed to interpret what is legit and what is not legitimate. So here we have the executive arm of the state or one of its agents saying to us they're handing over property allegedly belonging to one man, to the federal government. And who is the federal government? It is the one who is handing over the property. It's given with the left hand and collecting with the right hand. So it's not two independent bodies. It is the same federal government under the guise of the EFCC, a member of the executive arm of government as they operate now. That should be a concern to all of us, that there is, as the feudal system moves towards what we will call a redefining point, it becomes increasingly more reckless. It becomes conqueror curious, behaving like a conqueror more than an organizing principle for relationship within the state called Nigeria. That's one concern. So Emefiele can be dispossessed, or anybody, by an agent of the federal government, and the substance of their anger without judicial pronouncement can be passed on to another arm of government, and it stands. The second concern that should worry Nigerians is the fact that up till now, EFCC investigation has not told us how Emefiele acquired 753 units as a housing estate. Duplexes. We are not talking of one-bedroom flats. How did a serving governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria acquire that many units of property under the nose of all the federal government agencies, under the nose of the law enforcement agencies of state, including EFCC, without anybody noticing when it was 100, 150, 250, until it got to 752.
Maybe they knew, but because of the system that Mr. Williams keeps hammering on, at the time he was a darling of the then president.
What has not become clear is how is it possible for one man to own 752 housing duplexes, right? We were expecting EFCC to bombard Nigerians with details of who and who were in collaboration with Emefiele in the ownership of this wonderful project, investment of Nigeria. If in 8 years of Emefiele's tenure, or whatever was his tenure, but certainly Buhari had 8 years, part of which...
And Buhari reappointed him after Jonathan.
Yes. So within that period, he could build 752
but that's a prudent man.
Units. It means the federal government is capable of doing a lot more.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm calling him a prudent man.
And it shows us that they have not been applying our resources to solve national problems. Emefiele has become a slap in the face for the Buhari administration and even for Tinubu.
That's why I thank him.
Right. So that should be a concern for us. How is it that we, the people, are not doing anything about that to hold a demonstration to say to EFCC, don't pull the wool over our eyes. We want to know who owns those properties in the name of Emefiele. How did he raise the capital? How is it that we are the ones bearing the burden of CBN operations without CBN being able to get Nigerian banks to leverage credit to be genuine businesses or to create conditions for genuine businesses to flourish? And yet, one man, where did he get capital from? investment capital. How did he acquire the land? How did he get CFO to build under the nose of the federal government in Abuja to do all that? It requires public interrogation, and that we are not doing so is a concern. Now, the other thing is, we have seen increasingly that the Nigerian state has no intention to work to benefit you and I under the feudal system that runs its politics and economy. I don't know how many of us listened to Alhaji Dangote at the Taraba Investment Summit. Something he said is very crucial. He said to the federal government, if you do not support local businesses, foreign investors will not come. You don't support local businesses, you think it's foreigners that will bring their money. They will not come because they need a stable business environment signified by local operators. People who are genuine business people in Nigeria must be seen to be making measurable profits in their line of business for you to attract those who have greater capital and operational muscle to want to come in from abroad with bigger funding portfolio to commercialize on a larger scale what is going on already in the system. Kelly, how long ago was that? From 1988 to now. In 1988, I was part of the Nigerian delegation that went to negotiate the phase 2 of NAFCON project, National Fertilizer Company of Nigeria, the first nitrogenous fertilizer company. And we went to the World Bank, we went to the International Finance Development Corporation, all in the US. We sat with them. That's after we had met the Japanese Exim Bank. So the World Bank set up a team now. The Japanese Exim Bank and the US Exim Bank needed certification from the World Bank to say that this project is viable for them to put in their money. And we said to the World Bank, here we are, we have gotten assurance from the US Exim Bank after looking at the numbers, the credit and debit slate projections. The Japanese have used their toothpick to go through the proposals in vernacular and are satisfied that this is a viable project. So you just tell us what we can do so that we just march down to the White House and throw in the documents and begin the drawdown. And they looked at us. That was where I met for the first time a brilliant Rivers son, Precious Gelale. He was part of the IFDC team in Washington, D.C. The World Bank put together a negotiating panel, including a lot of third world experts, of which Precious Ngelale was one. And they sat with us at the Watergate Hotel for days, looking at all the numbers. Do you know what they told us? They said, this paper will not fly. We say, why not? This is a huge proposal endorsed by US Exim Bank, endorsed by Japanese Exim Bank. They said, we will not endorse. Why won't you endorse? Because we've not seen Nigerian business people here. We say, why? They say, we've not seen Nigerian business people. We've not seen how much the Nigerian federal government is prepared to put into the business. We said, why? We are taking the money from US Exim Bank. We expand the plant. There's an existing plant. We expand it and produce more and pay them off. The business model is so clear. What's your problem? They said the problem is that your Nigerian government has to be seen to be creating the condition for what you are saying to happen. And the only way that can happen is when they put in their money and then encourage Nigerian business people to also put in their money. Then we will say to the Americans and to the Japanese, now put in your money. We say, how is
because
that?
the host country has shown interest.
Yes, the host country. And then one Indian, to rubbing the pepper into our eyes, he stood up and said to us, your country is under military rule. The soldiers collect 99.9% of all your revenue. It belongs to government. They share it as they like to the federal, state, and local. And we don't see their money here. We can understand that you don't have a private sector, a credible private sector in Nigeria. No third world country has. It's the people in power that are represented in the business committee rooms as private sector. But let us see evidence that you are moving in that direction. Let the federal government put in that money they are collecting. Why am I saying so? It brings us back to what Dangote is saying. You must have a sustained plan to build domestic capital and other resource generating environment for foreign businesses to come in. Even Nigerians in the diaspora will not want to come to invest in estate development unless they see that there are more MFLAs but walking through the legitimate corridor. I like to hear that. I like the argument being made by Williams and Chief Imandukwe that the MFLA can go scot-free through political bargaining. We see it every day before our eyes. The machinery of state is turned against perceived opponents of Mr. President. Mark you, APC is not APC. APC is the Tinubu wing of the what used to be APC, just like the Buhari wing of what used to be APC. Was the CPC. Yes, was the incumbent federal government. Yes. So the increasing factionalization of the party leaves us in know that what they are doing is mobilizing support for President Tinubu's faction. Under people like El Rufai, we are founding members of APC, is it not so? They are not about to be covered by the blanket rule that if you're APC, all your sins are forgiven. After all, El Rufai is about to stand trial. The Kaduna State government is dragging him up and down. That brings me to my last point. What they are doing is pressure MFLA to fall in line in a way that will silence all those who are fellow shareholders in the ownership of the 752,000 units. They want them to fall in line to, if not to openly support Tinubu, at least to swear by their mother's grave that they will not do anything against his interests.
Izo?
Well, the Nigerian polity has actually given most of us the reason why we analyze the way we do. Otherwise, I think when I was coming, I heard somebody say that the politicians have proven to us that the male in court can be seen as a female. Now, most of these decisions we take today, we are only just putting them out because of the position the politicians have taken. It is in this country where the money meant for school feeding were looted when there was sit at home orchestrated by the COVID-19. Until date, nobody was prosecuted. Huge amount of money earmarked for the public school feeding. Somebody claimed even when the kids were in the house during that lockdown, she spent certain XYZ money to feed children. That aside, I remember in the last administration, first tenure, Babacha Lawal, former SGF, who claimed he spent a certain amount of money just to clear grass.
To cut grass. Not to clear. Cutting grass is different from clearing grass.
What will I say?
Cutting with machete.
I didn't know which of the names they use. That's why I use the clear terms. Now, that matter was brought to the fore. At the end of the day, we didn't hear anything.
No, we heard, and the court threw it out.
Threw it out. What we want to hear as the grassroots is he's been punished. He's actually facing the law. Throwing out the case is in favor of them now.
No, but that's the same conversation I tried to have with Mr. Williams, that he will never allow me to speak. If an anti-corruption agency is mouthing, you are corrupt, but you don't have evidence to nail that person, what you have only succeeded in doing is media trial. That's why Babachi Lawak was confident in saying, that guy is one of the most confident person I've seen in government circles. When he was asked presidency, he said, who is presidency? Who is the presidency?
But Kelly.
But eventually, that matter went to court. The people that prosecuted him lost in court.
Kelly, I agree with you. If it were to be back then, when the symbol of the court, the beautiful lady as a symbol of justice, when she actually dispensed, our position was based on fact before a boat arms, then I will agree with you. But these days that beautiful lady does open her eyes, looks at the persons who are actually bringing weighty judgments of evidence in both arms, and look at who actually drops it here and drops it here, close it back, and choose to give her position against the normal. Kelly, is that what you want me to hold on to? That those who came to court did not prove their case right, so they threw it out? When I guess it was him that was speaking on that very position. You will not blame him. You will not blame him. Ordinarily, as he said, the court is supposed to be the last hope of the common man. And I believe before now, no elite, I stand to be corrected, before, even in this Fourth Republic, between 2015 to now, it is now like a chorus for any man who has his way within the court to tell you, if you don't like it, go to court. They don't used to say that. Now it's a normal thing. You're having a land dispute. If you don't like the conclusion of the elders, go to court. We'll meet in court. Why? They are not telling you that, okay, let's go there and exercise our rights, bring our evidence, and whoever has best, the court will give judgment. They are only saying that because they could twist something. I agree with what he's saying. Frankly speaking, we have seen situations. What about this man's case that was very weighty against him? Ibrahim Magu. They showed us he was humiliated by the president, the way they picked him up, detained him, investigation upon investigation. They were telling, they advised us not to dwell on media trial, but they are the first perpetrators of that one.
Okay.
They told us everything evidence before Ibrahim Magu. The next thing we didn't hear anything. The next thing Ibrahim Magu was promoted. It's all right. What do you want me to speak again concerning what anybody has said concerning his baby? Ibrahim Magu was promoted with all the weighty.
Yes, tell me.
Again, if I want to tell you, I will tell you more. Is it the weighty evidence from the United UAE concerning government officials?
Was there a charge against Magu officially?
Kelly, let me tell you, in our local terms, if you offend me, for those who believe that there are many ways to get justice, if you make the attempt to, and the other person truncated it by either going behind, collaborate with those who are supposed to give justice, my brother, you have no choice. We've seen such cases.
I still don't understand what you just said.
You will not understand like you don't understand.
My question again, I want to believe that my questions are simple and straightforward.
Make it simple.
Nothing ambiguous. Was there an official charge against Magu?
Kelly, there will not be an official charge because those who will allow that charge to come did not allow it.
One of the one that ran, the one before Magu, that huge man that ran after collecting, ran to EFC chairman that ran to Egypt, that they say he had died recently. The man before Magu.
No, let's talk about Magu. Since you mentioned Magu now,
there are so many.
Is there a charge?
These are more. Kelly, don't speak like somebody who is not in Nigeria.
No, I'm in Nigeria.
You know
I hear all these
one
things.
Of the things that
but I refuse to be a party to media trial.
Okay, now let me tell you. One of the things that elites.
No,
one of the things that elites.
I agree.
One of the things that elites.
That's why they make it difficult for us to put Magu on the table and dissect him.
That is it.
Buhari protected Magu.
But
are you hearing?
A seamless relationship with Malami.
Buhari protected Magu.
So in that case,
and I can say Buhari protected Magu because he set up the panel. He gave the green light for that panel by, I think it's Salami, the former retired Court of Appeal judge,
yes,
with others to hear the allegations against Magu. We started hearing rumors, prophets, Dubai. I'm like, okay, would there be an official paper?
Okay.
They finished their hearing. They made their recommendation. That's where it ended.
I love one statement he made. I love one statement he made. He said the Tinubu administration, Buhari administration protected Magu.
Clearly, one can make that assumption.
Now, Kelly, let me say you are President Buhari, and I am the Court of Appeal judge, whoever that you co-opted to investigate. Will I be doing justice to what I am seeing, that this is white, and I came to you and said that, Mr. President,
that is if what you see is white.
No, in your eye, he might see white and you are seeing red because you already protected the Magu.
No.
You use one word which is clear now.
What if we didn't see, we were not privy to be in the room while they were having those.
Can we ever be
those sessions? We were not privy to be in the room. So what if those allegations, as many as they were against Magu, were stuck in a room, right? And then the justices went through them diligently. You said he bought this in Dubai. How many did he buy? 10. Give us proof that he bought 10. Oh my lord, look at the way he's dressing, look at his shoes, look at his suit. No, this is not proof that he bought 10. We weren't in that room to see what they saw and whatever conclusions they made to the president.
We weren't there. They saw that the pension man that they saw, he was taken to court. We heard it was 150 something billion.
No, right? let's talk about Magu.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same government.
No. Let's talk about Magu.
You know that court gave him, granted him bail with is it 1 million?
But meaning the case is not over. The case is
not over. When will it be over?
No, but
the next time I watched that man, he came into court on a wheelchair.
No, but
the same man that
if you're referring to it's not the one that himself and his son have been sentenced. It's not the one that himself and his son have been sentenced.
They have been sentenced.
They've been sentenced.
Have they recovered the 150 something?
No, but at least they've been sentenced now. That one was found guilty. But that one was found guilty. Now the one you mentioned has been sentenced.
Initially,
I don't understand.
But now I understand.
No.
I understand Kelly's
we need to understand Kelly's point. We tend to be carried away without substance in chasing breaking news. Or our own version of who is guilty and who is not. In that process, we tend to act like the Nigerian state, incompetent and inefficient. What Kelly is saying is, we as people who are managing information in the public domain should actually question the evidence before our eyes or the concerns we have and relate it to the very, very rigorous process of verification, so that when we come before the public, for instance, if this man was said to have 150 billion, if EFCC went to investigate to find that accused him of 150 billion. And the man actually says, no, it's not 150, I have 160. It means that the money they saw is not...
It may not be the one that they are
looking at. The man can prove you wrong by showing you that he had more than you found out. Because what you came to court for.
And that would be a defensive charge.
Oh yeah, it's enough defense before a compromised judge to say, how can you accuse him of 150? This man took 250. I accuse him. Therefore, the
250 you took is not from that source.
Even if it is from there, what you have come to court for is 150. It's not correct. So Kelly is trying to point to the inadequacy of our thoroughness in investigating the claims by officialdom against citizens. I think that's a big help to you.
Thank you, sir.
Ben.
Because they see me as the villain.
That
no.
That in as much as
I won't let them lynch you here.
In as much as you have thrown more light to Kelly's position, I agree to what you have said to some extent. I know for sure that certain cases the EFCC do not do well enough to have their evidence. Upon approaching the court, they lack most of this evidence that would have used to nail their whatever. But in many of the cases, I don't want to, like what we are saying now, we are digressing a little bit using other cases that might be within the security agencies, not only just, of course, most of the things we have said here is not just the EFCC.
It's you.
No. Listen, when we are speaking on how government prosecute, it's not only through the EFCC that they have prosecuted any of the government officials. Is it only EFCC?
Okay, so what's your conclusion about this MFLA and their state?
What we have said here is what we are not. We can't just dwell on that one alone. Because if I want to tell you Kelly today is bad, I'll make my point clear how you started this some years ago. And if we look at it that way, you will discover that what each and every one of us here speaks today on Emefiele's deal with the federal government, it may go the other way. The only person that I see that, even with his position with the ruling party, seems to have some time going to court and serving his time is Orji Zokalo.
You are spoiling the matter.
No, okay. No. When I mean so,
we need to skin out of this conversation.
Well, I wanted to say something. Before that time, we felt like indeed big men could be in the same prison where the common men actually dwells when they commit. But later I discovered that during Bobrisky, they may have something different. And I'm very much certain Orji Zokalo did not spend his time where the other people did.
Okay,
but if you were thinking otherwise, then you were
you are not in Nigeria.
No, according to him. But let's talk America for a moment. I'm a bit puzzled by the strength of America. You have a president. Thank God I didn't say what I wanted to say.
I knew what I wanted to say.
But you have a president who sits in his office, and whether the intel is true. Because with Trump at the White House now, people are beginning to question a lot of the intel. If it's real intel, or perhaps they're just assumptions made by Trump. Because he too calls American media propagandas of fake news. And he uses some of...
he's a master of the fake news.
See, that's where I'm going to. But he said a lot of things about white farmers and so on in South Africa. And to my shock and surprise, Ramaphosa shows up in America to go and see Trump. It's like Zelensky went to the White House to see Trump, and Zelensky was humiliated in the White House. Trump and his vice.
Trump tried to humiliate him.
No, but
Zelensky walked out of that
he tried to fight back.
The people.
Yes. He made him more popular.
Yes.
Made his case louder.
In fact, brought Europe together.
Yes,
around him.
They're really united. But anyhow we look at it, there was victory.
It was a calculated attempt.
But he was humiliated. Anyhow, on TV, the embarrassing thing said, you go from there to... He couldn't do that with Canada. Kani.
He tried though.
But he couldn't.
He tried.
Kani was firm. You can't annex Canada. It's not possible. You can't do it. There's some real estate you can buy and some you just can't buy. It's off the table. Kani was straightforward. But why do they rush to the White House? That's my question. Why do they rush to the White House?
Let me make a suggestion for us to, in the hope that it will enable us to understand the Trump administration better.
Then you answer why they rush to the White House.
It's implied. Okay. It should make it clear to us. The Trump administration, in my view, from the little evidence one has tried to put together, is still work in progress to understand it. But where we are today is we see a Trump who is trying to rearrange the global order by intimidation. Pure intimidation. Look, he promised that he is the master of the deal when it comes to negotiation. But he had no handle to start negotiation. So what does he do? He triggers one by creating a crisis of global proportions, where he forces various countries to see themselves at the defensive end of a raging American storm called tariff. By provoking a tariff war against countries, he put the entire global commercial system in crisis. China had no business coming to negotiate with him until he triggered this crisis, raised it to 145%.
And even with that, it did not budge.
Tariff. China answered by raising
theirs too.
Their tariff on American goods to 125%, right? Now it began to hurt America because the farmers who ship products to China find no alternative market. That market is 1-something billion people ready to take off whatever agro products come from America. And you suddenly shut them down, make their goods untenable. In addition, China goes ahead to develop local substitutes and substitutes from other supply zones.
And they build alliances with other countries away from America
to take care of their supply chain needs. Every country, because America over the last 50 years, by virtue of the way the world economic order had worked, put America in the center of commerce. And that was really the American bargaining strength across the world. Commerce and soft power is part of their soft power. The aids, the trade, and all that. Now, South Africa has a stake in making sure that America understands there is possibility of a corridor of relationship. You cannot shut your door on America. You go to them if you are invited. Canada had to go to confront them, to confront Trump without being confrontational. And if you notice what Canada did, Canada listened to Trump. He finished ranting, and they said to him, hey, you are in the estate business. You should know that there are things about estate you don't sell. He was rude to the Canadian Prime Minister by saying he still believed that Canada would be better off as the 51st American
you can never say never.
State than being a country of its own. How humiliating can that be? This is an independent country that has been in existence for years as a partner with America in a number of things, industry, military, and international programs. You suddenly develop this passion that you want to make them, annex them to become, you look downgrading everything they have, the sovereignty of the people. It's like turning River State into a military administration out of 36 states in the country. And Canada stood their ground and said to him, you are in the real estate business, Mr. Trump. They recognize that this agenda is Trump's agenda. He's using it to browbeat every country into a secondary position. So you come to negotiate. And Trump needs it to present to his unthinking supporters that he's actually making progress.
Let's go for the news. Let's go for the news when we come back from the news.
For South Africa,
let's go for the news when we come back from the news.
Israel
we have to go. We have to go for the news.
Israel
we have to go for the news.
By South Africa.
When we come back
Trump
from the news, we'll continue.
Thanks.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Senate has called for the immediate establishment of a military base in Hong local government area of Adamawa State, following a resurgence of Boko Haram attacks in the area and other parts of the northeast. The resolution came during plenary in a matter of urgent national importance after lawmakers debated a motion highlighting the rising insecurity in Hong and Gombe LGAs, where multiple coordinated attacks by Boko Haram insurgents have left dozens dead and thousands displaced. While lawmakers commended the efforts of the Nigerian army and other security operatives, the Senate underscored the need to reinforce existing personnel with a permanent military base in Hong to better secure the area and prevent further escalation of violence. According to the sponsor of the motion, Iya Abbas, 5 major attacks have occurred in Hong LGA since February 2025. His position was promptly countered by Senator Wasiu, who argued that the National Assembly was well within its right to make such recommendations. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, says Nigeria must confront corruption, misappropriation and fiscal recklessness with unwavering resolve to make the required progress. In a post on his X handle, Obi said the nation's national resources must be transparently managed and strategically invested in key sectors, including health, education, and poverty alleviation to secure a better future for the people. Obi stated this while reacting to the claim by a non-government organization budget that the 2025 budget was misappropriated. However, Obi said he was convinced that the figure represented only a fraction of the actual amount misappropriated. The former Anambra State governor stated that the figure was greater than the combined allocations to the Ministry of Health, Education, Humanitarian Affairs, and Poverty Alleviation and Agriculture. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the service of court documents on Patrick Utomi, a former presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), in a suit filed against him by the State Security Services (SSS) over his alleged plans to establish a shadow government in Nigeria. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho granted an ex parte motion brought by the SSS lead counsel Akinlolu Kainde, a senior advocate of Nigeria. Kainde had sought permission to serve the court papers on Utomi at his Lagos address for a courier. The SSS approached the court for an order declaring the planned shadow government or shadow cabinet by Utomi and his associates as unconstitutional, arguing that it amounts to creating a parallel authority not recognized by the Nigerian constitution. The SSS also requested a perpetual injunction restraining Utomi, his agents and associates from taking further steps toward establishing or operating a shadow government or similar entity. On the foreign scene, EU lawmakers are set to greenlight tariffs on fertilizer imports from Russia, despite European farmers' fears that the move risks sending global prices soaring. Over a quarter of the 27-nation bloc's imports of nitrogen-based fertilizers come from Russia, with more entering from Moscow's ally Belarus, which the European Commission now seeks to bring to an end. Seeking to allay farmers' worries, Brussels says it will impose the duties from July and gradually increase them up to 2028 until they reach a level that would fully cut off the flow. The lawmaker spearheading the push in the EU Parliament to impose the tariff, Inise Federi, said 3 years after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the EU must stop fueling what it described as the Russian war machine and limit the dependency of Europe farmers to Russian fertilizers. The EU also wants to increase the bloc's own fertilizer production, and its moves are welcomed by the fertilizer industry in the bloc. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. Let me take conclusion from Amabu Sanabo, then I move to other panelists. So you're saying for South Africa,
yes,
they have something hanging over their neck, and which is their case against Israel at the ICC.
At the ICC, and Trump wants to be the avenger in chief to come and rubbish South Africa in the eyes of the...
So that's motive.
Yes, that's the motive. It's not just about...
So it's not about the white farmers.
He's trying to create an equivalence, a moral equivalence to discredit South Africa's principled position that Israel cannot continue genocide against the Palestinians.
So Ramaphosa going to the White House, if this is the motive for Trump, he's visited the White House and explaining that South Africa doesn't do what they claim they did and all of those things. What's he going to achieve then?
Oh yeah, it's to take the evidence to the man in his own secure chamber and to prove to him and to millions of viewing Americans that, Mr. President, you are incompetent, your source of information is incorrect. And Ramaphosa did not say, Mr. President, let me defend myself. No, he said, no, listen to the evidence we brought for you. This is from the opposition parties in South Africa.
Okay.
So it was really a slap in the face of Donald Trump that he created a White House platform for Ramaphosa to discredit his evidence.
Mr. Williams?
You know, ordinarily, my brother Amapu Sanabo have said it all. I don't really like talking about America, honestly. That is why we are in Nigeria. What concerns me, basically, today is Nigeria and what Nigeria government is doing. That's my concern. If somebody will leave his country and feel that he has to go to America or he has to respond to... Yeah. In fact, what they are doing, they are even making the Trump
feel more important.
More important. They are making him look like demigod. Which, I mean, that's not my concern. My concern is Nigeria. That's why somebody once said, look, if in Nigeria we can eat what we produce and produce what we eat, what business do we really have with America and all the rest of them? They should be the one to come for us because we have what they want. We have the oil. Unfortunately, the oil we have, we cannot make use of it. So we always expect them to come at it. So I don't want to waste my time on the issue of Trump and Israel and South Africa and all that they are doing. Look, we should concentrate and build this country.
Okay.
If you build your country, you don't have time. You don't have time going to... You know, when the country like America, now this thing they used to do... this thing they say people should apply. Is it lottery? There was one thing, is you want to come to America.
Visa lottery.
Visa lottery. And you see Nigerians, some people even go to church and ask for prayer point that they apply for this lottery to go to America. When some of them, we see they will give testimony, Thanksgiving for what for? So when you have decided to make somebody feel very important, that somebody say come to my country, you are now giving it as a Thanksgiving that you're going to. Whereas that person come to your country every week, come and go, nothing like Thanksgiving. So I'm not interested in what America is doing. We should look at what Nigerian government, please do the needful. Let's live well as a country.
Mr. Ndukwe, are you interested in Trump and foreign leaders racing to the White House to respond to Trump in the White House? Are you interested in that? I should just move on.
Whether I'm interested or not doesn't mean anything, because America has become a center of pilgrimage, as it were, because it's the world global place. The global place is America, and you cannot undermine their power. Wherever anybody is, I always say that yes, every country has its sovereignty, but sovereignty supervises sovereignty. America's zone, as a matter of fact, is the highest sovereignty in the world. Whether anybody accepts this or not, but that's the way I look at it. Now, if Ramaphosa doesn't go to US, won't South Africa exist? But they have to go. It has to go because it has to align with those that are happening. That is it. If you see, he has gone there and received Trump. One thing about Ramaphosa, the way I followed him is that whatever you are doing, the hair on his head doesn't move. You do your own, he will start his own and finish. He won't insult you, but he will stay what he has in mind. And that's the treatment he gave to Trump. So and maybe when he leaves, Trump will say, I wanted to rattle this man. But this man did not vote.
Yeah.
That is it. So Kelly is good that one understands one's environment and knows what one is doing. That's what Ramaphosa has shown.
All right. Let's come back home now. And let's come to where Mr. Williams is interested. Yesterday at 8 p.m., there was a very important meeting of the coalition to ensure that President Tinubu goes back to Lagos. El-Rufai speaking. There are many reports that the coalition may be born. According to Daily Post, that an exclusive puts Atiku, Obi, and El-Rufai as the arrowheads for the coalition. Can the coalition oust Tinubu in 2027? Can they oust Tinubu in 2027? Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. Ordinarily, I would say yes. I would say yes because, according to Peter Obi, his enemy is hunger, unemployment, insecurity, poverty. Now, if these are his enemies, and that this is what will fight the government of the day, then you begin to go statistical. Unemployment in Nigeria is running into millions. Poverty running into millions. Insecurity, you can't count. So if all these people, all these factors or variables are put together as human beings, because when we talk about poverty, it's human beings that are poor. Hunger is human being. So if you aggregate this whole segment, what it means that Tinubu will be defeated. This government will be defeated.
So in that case, you don't need a coalition now.
No, that is the coalition. You say coalition. No, that is the coalition Peter Obi is talking about. That he's in coalition with unemployment. So if all those people join him,
they are hunger personified.
Then this government is gone. That is why I say ordinarily I will say yes. But on the other hand, you see a Tinubu that will do anything and everything.
According to you.
Yes. to remain in power.
Say that thing again. I like that thing.
You know, you will see a Tinubu that will do anything and everything.
According to you.
To remain in
I
power.
say you should repeat your own now.
Yes, I have repeated it. And you know, so if we have a sitting president who will do anything and everything to remain in power, then the statement coming from El Rufai,
thrown out of the window.
I don't know how to believe it now.
Is it how to believe it or to have hope?
I don't know how to believe it now. You know, El Rufai, as we know him, is a master. El Rufai,
Of
yes.
what?
He's a master of this game called politics.
What is the game?
Let me say
politics.
I say politics in Nigeria. Nigerian politics. El Rufai is a master.
You can't roll him out.
You know, in the time of during the time of Jonathan, it was this El Rufai that was the chief strategist of APC.
He wasn't any chief strategist. He was the visible face of the subterranean conspiracies against Jonathan.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. That is strategy.
He wasn't.
That is strategy. Yes.
But he wasn't the chief strategist.
Well, that is my own. I saw him as the chief strategist or the chief strategist.
You have
yes.
it right.
That was how I saw. And rightly or wrongly, he got it at the end of the day. He started with children being kidnapped in
the north.
what they call Borno State, Chibok, and it was blown out of proportion. And who were the people managing that strategy that time? It was El Rufai and co. Whether we like it or not, that thing so affected Jonathan's government. And if that same person, and it is also that same person who galvanized the Northerners for Tinubu, from the primaries of APC,
the first person who spoke on it.
Even when our own brother here, Amechi, was relying on him 100%. At the end of the day, El Rufai, disappointed, the only man I have heard Amechi say that if him, Amechi, is as intelligent as El Rufai, that he will be boast. Amechi said so. The same man Amechi saw. I remember when Jonathan was president, when El Rufai was summoned by EFCC. Yes. It was the same Amechi as sitting governor of Rivers State that drove him in his own car and went to EFCC. Then this is the same El Rufai that Amechi saw as his number one supporter in the north. When the chiefs were done, the same El Rufai galvanized support and supported Tinubu. So when such a human being is saying that he will unseat the government and send Tinubu back to Lagos, he may have his reasons. He may have what I don't know. You understand? Because you see this game called politics. I remember when our brother Jonathan was president here. It was the same thing that happened in Kaduna recently. When they say Northwest have endorsed Jonathan. It happened. Northwest governors then endorsed Jonathan.
Indeed.
And yet Jonathan lost in Northwest. So the same recently, I think 2-3 days ago, the same Northwest governors again and ministers and senators, all of them gathered in Kaduna and endorsed Tinubu again for second term. It has happened before. So I won't be surprised if El Rufai on seats or his coalition, they coalesce with the hunger and insecurity and all of that and on seats Tinubu. Glory be to God. Okay. What do I want after all? I want progress in Nigeria. And to be very frank with you, I don't see that progress. Because people are saying, no, what Tinubu is saying is a long term. Long term. Are we going to live in long term and die in present term? So let's El Rufai. I pray for him. Okay. If it works, good and fine.
You sound like you want it to work. Come ready to.
Anyway, no problem.
No, there can't be problem because
there is no justice for common man.
Exactly. There are rules of engagement. There are rules of engagement. We had a conversation privately, but you decided to walk out. When you walk out, what was going to happen?
I quickly came in.
No, by the time you came,
as soon as you saw me open the
by the
door,
time you quickly came in, we have moved on.
But you know, as a humble parliamentarian, I will always follow
me. I'm not humble. Yes, so let's talk about coalition. Can they?
Kelly, I told someone after the coalition, or how will I put it again, of this APC from the CPC, the ACN, and co that came together in that 2014 and after Goodluck Jonathan in 2015. You know, you can deceive some persons, but you can't deceive every person at a particular time. I know that what led to the emergence of APC in that 2015, my dear, Nigerians had not had that kind of, I don't know how they packaged it. Like he said, if anybody wants to disagree, El-Rufai is a major factor with the APC that have stayed Goodluck and the PDP. Now, I agree. They say you can't be out of government and fight government in many cases. But some persons have almost the kind of life they ascribe to that of the cat, 9 lives. You kill 1, kill 2, kill 3, you feel they are dead. All of a sudden they spring up. They become a tree that you cut off, you chop up the surface. The root enables them to still spring up. El-Rufai currently is speaking like this, but the only fear I have for that so-called coalition is what led to the reasons why Patu Tomi could not succeed in that his proposed coalition after. There is one thing. Patu Tomi has been on this coalition even before the emergence of APC.
Patu Tomi was instrumental to the formation of APC.
No, is it on
He was
in the background.
No.
He was in the background.
He was in front.
How will you say he was in front?
No.
If he's in front, why didn't he play a role?
He was in front.
Why didn't he play a role?
Skimmed out.
He was in front when it established. He was skimmed out.
Yes. Then he was in the. How many persons was in forefront? Why you say forefront?
Not like El-Rufai was in front. Now he has been skimmed out.
No, his only got he was in governor. He served.
No, but the same thing with El-Rufai. El-Rufai worked assiduously to see that Tinubu emerged president.
Yes.
And then for whatsoever reason, he's no longer mainstream. He's no longer mainstream.
And everything went as it is. The belief Nigerians had when APC sold that idea to them in 2015, prior to the 2015 election, I don't think, for now, the set of persons who are currently in this so-called coalition to be, their faces are still well seen or known in that APC, CPC, ACN that came together and ousted Goodluck Jonathan, and Nigerians saw the worst in the history of government led by President Muhammadu Buhari. Now those same persons, some fell out, some remained and brought in.
Don't say Nigeria saw the worst though. We compare Buhari and Tinubu, people will tell you
that's why I'm coming there. When they saw that Goodluck Jonathan is like President Buhari, it was like, oh, all hell has been let loose. This one is not. Is this what they promised us? Now, part of the persons who brought that untold hardship by bringing in that president, some has fell out, like the El-Rufai and co, Atiku himself and all the rest. Today now, some of them brought the president currently, Tinubu. We are now seeing something far again different from what we saw from the other person they brought. I don't know which coalition they want to come together and preach to Nigerians that will make Nigerians accept that coalition. That hunger that made Nigerians listen to them 2014 and said, let's follow them. That poverty, that whatever thing he has mentioned that made Nigerians accepted that coalition, that whatever coming together. More pursue these people for 16 years. Nothing has worked. And they agreed. They introduced that one. That one gave us, just like what the Bible said. Somebody said in the Bible, I always forget this man's name. My father whipped you with this. Me, I whipped you with scorpion and co. Jeroboam. Now, Buhari whipped us with snake.
That means you don't go to church.
No. For me to know this, it's not from the shrine now.
It's a gist with the Kappa people.
Okay. So imagine. Buhari whipped you people with snake. Me, I will whip you with scorpion. That's what we are seeing. Our scorpion is worse than snake. Of course.
Are you sure?
Scorpion is worse than snake, because from the little I know, we don't see scorpion.
The snake you mean is that one that swallows money.
Except it
goes to somebody's house.
because we have one that they call a green mamba.
You know, when they distract you like this, after a short while, I'll move to the next person. So stop allowing them distract you. We're pressed for time.
This hazy landing, I thought this hazy landing.
Okay. So you are finished,
This
right?
hazy landing and crash landing, Kelly has introduced through Emmanuel Kelly last time.
There must be a reason behind it.
I don't
There's
know.
a coalition.
There's a coalition here.
Mr. Nduke.
And now he has pointed the same person.
Kelly, for me,
no problem.
Impossibility.
Chimene is not here to defend me.
Always happens to humans. Only God that has nothing impossible to him. And so, who says Rufai with his coalition? I think who is also there.
I don't know. That's what Daily Post is reporting.
Okay.
I don't know.
Even if you remove Atiku, but at least Rufai.
Rufai has said the coalition is born.
Good. So, the coalition, of course, can remove Tinubu.
Okay.
But I tell you, I have my doubt. Huge one.
If I just go straight to the doubts now.
No, I don't want to go to that. I want to establish a foundation.
If you would have gone straight to the doubts.
To oust you. But Kelly, Tinubu was part of APC that ousted the PDP. I don't want to say Jonathan. The PDP. You know why? Now, Tinubu knew very well and was in a position that he also mastered. He must have been fully aware of the strategy they employed, and they went successful. And you are coming after him. Because, this is just a revenge mission. I am saying everything you see Rufai is doing now is just for not being picked as a minister. And so he wants to pay back Tinubu in his own coin. But I tell you, it might be difficult. It might backfire. They are veterans of politics. And Tinubu is also not a less personality in that game.
Plus, Tinubu has power now.
Yes, Tinubu is the one. See, whenever you come, remember one thing. The Rufai coalition and Tinubu administration, none of them cares about the people. And so, if elections votes were counting in this country, you see that people can easily go vote out Tinubu. But votes don't count. I say it every time. It is only those that the authorities want to win will win. Now, if Tinubu, for instance, tell me what Rufai, Obi, or whoever could do. If Tinubu comes out today and say, Mahmoud, go and rest. I am putting Rubenism there. And they see Ruben. As you enter there, make any amount of money you want. But all I need is that Ahmed Tinubu is returned unopposed. They reach that agreement. There is nothing Rufai because they will not introduce anybody. They will not introduce because
don't
remember
forget body bags.
No, the body bags were just a threat.
Those are some of the things that made Jonathan lose the election.
Those threats. Yes, it's a strategy.
Tinubu is not Jonathan. It's just like a Buhari. I said when Buhari was it was time for this election, they said who will win? I said Tinubu. Because Buhari will want to hand over to an APC person. He's not Jonathan. Any threat you bring his way, he will say, let's see what will happen.
Okay.
Now, I am saying, in the way I see things, it might be practically difficult for them to oust Tinubu because he's in power.
Let them appoint him first to oversee the election.
You see?
Well, with the feudal system as the foundation framework of analysis of politics and economy, the strong man and his cronies always create their own counterforce. Because the strongman and crony system alienates all the others, so they create their own contradiction that turn around to fight against them. It has been there since Obasanjo's time, since 1999, at state level, at national level. What you found in 2014 was a continuation of what had been on since 2003. 2003, the way Obasanjo ran the country as a strong man at the center, he created his own opponents because the system he ran did not allow for openness and sufficient participation by citizen groups. At the same time, Tinubu was in Lagos building a base for an opposition that will counter Obasanjo. Initially, it was to protect his tenure, first tenure and second tenure as governor of Lagos State. If you remember, he's the one governor that started this business of serial baptismal change. It was AD in 1999. By 2003, 2007, he had metamorphosed into a coalition, right? And then he continued. He moved into ACN. And from ACN, they gave birth to APC. It was a continuous process until they found the combination of opposition.
They kept revamping.
Yes, they kept revamping.
Or rebranding.
Well, it was the same people. Well, rebranding would suggest that they brought a number of new features. They did not. They brought a number of new members into, yes, to strengthen the coalition. That is where Patutomi came with the Big Tent theory. His Big Tent theory is to say that we should understand the feudal system to create a strong man and cronies who will be too strong for anyone other than a big tent of opponents to unseat. When Patutomi preaches the Big Tent theory, it is a reflection of his own reading of the political system, that one opposition party cannot displace the incumbent government. That's how he was part of the group that created the Big Tent coalition that metamorphosed into APC to remove PDP. Because PDP transformed from being a party or an intending party into becoming a faction of whoever was the sitting president. They became the dominant faction owned by the sitting president. Obasanjo owned his own faction of the PDP for the years that he ran as government. In fact, Obasanjo's case was that strong that he was able to determine who should succeed him. Very clearly so, which no other president has done. And in 2010-2011, the coalition against PDP did not work. Remember, Nuhu Ribadu was a candidate on the side of ACN. It did not work because the coalition was not big enough. What does the coalition do for them? Is to increase the number of opponents who believe in nothing else. There is nothing uniting them in terms of creed, principles, vision. No. The only thing uniting them is their common hatred of the ruling party, so they can inherit the estate and plunder even more, which we saw in the case of Buhari. In 2010-2011, Buhari thought he would have got it. It did not work with all the threats and everything. So the way the coalitions work in Nigeria is against a sitting government, you have to add all the elements together.
Would this one work?
Personality factor, threat of violence, because they know that votes don't count.
Would this one work?
The more people, the more opponents you have, the more you create the facade that it is these personalities that attracted support to displace the sitting government. Will this one work? Will this one work? Is a very valid question. If elections are held in a proper manner, Tinubu would never have been president. We know he didn't win the election.
That's according to you.
Yes, according to me. My very serious suspicion is that out of those who voted, there is no link between the result awarded to him and to others to explain how the voting pattern went in the country. It was written, certified, and declared by a predetermined process. Will that process work again this time? Do not forget that people like El-Rufai were the messengers, what the Igbos will call the Otimbus, who tried to legitimize the dubious nature of the electoral system that was to produce a Tinubu presidency. So that even when Buhari wanted to intervene in the process by nominating who he thought should be his successor, they resisted it.
No, but that successor, I heard that successor did not agree to be on board.
Whether he agreed or not.
It was at that point that Buhari became indifferent.
Whether he agreed or not, in the case of Obasanjo, Yaradua was reluctant.
Buhari actually wanted a successor, but the person he preferred refused to get on the ticket.
Has that person made known to you?
No, the person he preferred refused to get. I have it on good authority.
No, your good authority.
The person, and I will not disclose. I will not disclose.
No, don't disclose.
I will not disclose. But the person refused to accept his offer. It was after that Buhari became indifferent.
He did not become indifferent. He surrendered. The undercurrent of rebellion led by El-Rufai
and the governors.
But we all know that, like you said, the powers of a sitting president in Nigeria, we may try to play it down because we want to preach and, exalt constitutional rule of law, right? We want to make that clear, be emphatic on it. However, we know to an extent, insinuations have been made here that, the president can just give a mandate to whoever he appoints as the new next chairman and so on and so forth. And they can come out in front and tell us, this and that. But ultimately, we know how influential the president can be. And Mr. Ndukwe reiterated saying, when he said, Buhari is not Jonathan. Tinubu is not Buhari. Nor is Tinubu Jonathan. No. So I do know that Buhari had someone as a successor, but that person declined. At the point where the person declined,
we don't know about that.
But that is fine. The things that are said here, and you say it's your opinion. I leave them as your opinion, but I know.
I know on midnight.
No. I know on good. I even know that after President Buhari had that meeting with the APC governors, where he told them that they should give him the right
to select
to choose his successor, he left the country. Where he went to, he had a meeting with that person. The person declined again. It was after that time Buhari became indifferent.
That I don't know.
You don't know. I'm telling you, I know.
That's why you are in the media. It's possible.
I'm telling you, I know.
Yeah, but
the same thing happened. The same thing happened when you know that the APC governors insisted that power must return to the south.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
When that argument came to Buhari, when that argument came to Buhari did not say anything
because he knocked off his choice.
When Lawan was proposed as a candidate to counter the popularity of Atiku, Buhari was also silent.
Because of the choice of
Buhari was also silent. Buhari did not have interest any longer. It was clear. You guys want it like this. Do what you want to do.
He was tired on the job.
Do what you want to do.
He was tired on the job.
He was tired.
This is I wonder how a Buhari that we all know
if he wants something,
his chief of staff took important decision, and that when he comes, I tell you, I didn't know. I wonder when this same Buhari woke up to be making this kind of consultations of who he wants to abroad.
No. Let me give you another instance.
You know, he never knew anything that happened in his government.
When Buhari went to Imo State to campaign, and Rocha Sokorocha had nominated his son-in-law to replace him as governor, Rocha Sokorocha was also Uzodinma was campaigning. What did Buhari say? Buhari said, vote for me for president, for governor, vote any one of your choice. That's classic Buhari. As long as he's not interested in the matter, he removes himself. You guys do your thing.
But the Buhari we never saw him actually frontally show anything he was interested of.
Well, it was the chief of staff.
This one,
it was when Abakari died. That we even started hearing that there was a president.
Let me allow Omar Pusanova conclude so I can open the phone lines.
What we really need to pay attention to.
The president.
What we really need to pay attention to at this point in time are the factors that could count against the big coalition.
Do you see this as a big coalition?
A big coalition is a big tent
it's coming. You think it's coming,
right?
Okay.
There are forces. The number of forces gathering against the Tinubu continuation, that number is increasing because the Tinubu administration doesn't seem to have helped himself very much. Hunger, poverty, insecurity, everything has gotten worse from 2015. But is a big one because of the fact that whatever intervention they make now will tend to affect the north-south rotation principle of the presidency.
What if they decide to bring the presidency to the south and say do one term?
But that's the point. No politician in his right frame of mind would accept to shortchange himself to do that. That personal interest is going to count against their attempt to forge a coalition that will be as effective as it was.
I believe strongly. That's why when we talk about Mrs. Jonathan, because just like Kelly had something that
very strong.
Very strong. Some of us too are hearing something very strong.
Not as strong as
how? Who did that?
That the only person in the south today, who stand that chance of being wanted is Goodluck. And that is why Kelly, now back to what I was saying. That is why the wife, even without any prompting, is beginning to announce that I am not interested in returning to the
it means that you're less informed because there are certain quarters in the north that are pushing a propaganda that Jonathan should return as president.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what he said.
That's what I'm saying.
From the first family,
her cry did not just emerge. It's because
that is to solidify that arrangement.
Persons that are whispering to say Jonathan should come back because they are possibly looking at a viable candidate from the south.
And that is why, without any prompting, I mean, the wife could not say, we are not interested in returning to the village. Who asked you?
And the Tinubu estate is investing a lot of passion and intention around Mrs. Patience.
Mrs. Patience, Jonathan. You see the return of the properties?
It's not the return of the properties.
That's something we said before you even came here.
No, he was listening. He was listening.
And Kelly was right on that.
But you know he's also right on that.
No. He did not follow
to pacify this our brother, not to run.
No.
Everything.
You said it, but can let him speak now so that we hear.
You did not follow your argument logically. The facts were not on your side.
Okay.
The assumption is right by you to say it is possible that this happened.
Oh, yes.
But in terms of facts before us, there was no point at which it was said the courts ordered the seizure
of our properties.
No.
No, there was. There was, sir. No, there was, sir.
They didn't.
There were some of the not
even in not
there were some of the
Lagos.
properties that
even in Bayelsa here
were for future.
Yes, even in
the court
Bayelsa
made
here.
pronouncement.
I know there were no.
I'm telling you, there were some, not all.
Not all.
There were some. So you see, in politics,
But do you have any evidence that
when we get to court, sir, we will tender our evidence.
That Jonathan,
when we get to court,
Jonathan or Mrs. Jonathan declared support for APC.
No, sir. What I mean is that I said for Mrs. Jonathan to visit Tinubu's daughter, and say we are not returning to the villa. We are not interested in returning to the villa. Who asked you that question?
But that's what I just.
Who asked you?
That is why I just. That's why I just mentioned. I just mentioned that there are certain persons from the north that are dangling this carrot to say Jonathan should be considered.
That's what
as a candidate. So she's probably speaking on the basis of those rumors.
Now,
to tell the people that anywhere it is coming from, I'm speaking for my husband and I'm shutting down that
she
rumor.
She has continued to speak for her husband again.
Will it shock any of you that tomorrow you see Jonathan coming out?
Because that's what you don't want. Just for
Jonathan declined that offer before. Who says he can't decline again?
Who said he can decline again?
He declined it. Why are you forgotten that?
I'm not pushing the bar. Has not concluded, so I can open the phone lines. He has not concluded, so I can open the phone lines. That's why I'm pointing him.
So I'm saying that we should pay attention to the weakness facing the coalition this time. The coalition, the Big Ten coalition, and they are coming in different forms. What Patutomi has done by raising, a shadow government cabinet, since the formal opposition parties in the National Assembly have failed to perform as an opposition party. The civic responsibility.
The government even more.
Yeah. The civic responsibility. In fact, what Patutomi is doing is to help the government to rescue itself by.
And then they understood it
by setting up this shadow cabinet system. It shows you how desperate Nigerians are becoming with the incompetence and inefficiency of the sitting government.
But that makes us wrongly footed.
Yeah,
we have always been.
So it gives them advantage.
Gives who?
It gives the government advantage. If we're not strategic in some of the things we're doing, we act in desperation.
No, we're not acting in desperation. We're acting from multivarious points of attack, because coming in one direction or two will be so easy for the government to sweep off.
All right, I need to open the phone line, so let's take some reactions. Perhaps in closing, I'll just get quick response to the JAM issue. If I raise it now, I won't take calls. So let us rush that one. Today 95.1 081700000951 0810951091. Let's take some of your contributions. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, let me react on the issue of the coalition party, ADC as the party. Well, when you look at the lives of people that want to form the coalition, you see that those people, they are after themselves because they are not in power now. Now they are looking for a way just to remove Tinubu, not that they are fighting for entire Nigeria to make Nigeria better. Some of them are former governors. What have they done to improve the life of their citizens in their various states? So they have nothing to offer Nigeria until they allow the young people, different people that will take over this country to the higher level. If they continue to dwell in those people, no way. Thank you and God bless you.
Frank, thank you so much for your contribution. Greetings, Kelly and the crew. For me, the qualification is okay, but then how careful and calculated they are matters. Taking into account the sitting president politically, finally, the former Kaduna State governor should not be yanked off by a wave of hand. But let's watch and see how things play out. Honorable Malon, I guess that's for the coalition. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. I am Bro Charles. I was calling you from Oyibo.
Welcome, please go on.
Okay. My own contribution is on the Ametle issue. You see, I keep wondering, I keep also saying that the only solution in this country is to revolt against corruption. Because it is out of corruption that Ametle would acquire all the wealth to get to build that kind of estate. Okay, I can remember during that time he was building it. I'll keep wondering what could have happened to the cement industry. So himself alone confiscated the cement that other poor people in the country would buy. Even if the cement is 10,000 naira per bag, because it's an ill-gotten wealth, he will be able to acquire it and then seize it only for his own use. So now he has been able to get that estate. And then that's a particular estate he acquired. If you to start earning that from that
okay.
estate, how long do you think that estate could
all right.
sustain him?
Thank you. That's the time. Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello.
Morning, sir.
My name is
Signal no good though. This signal is not friendly at all. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I pity Jam Oga. He will explain tire. With Zulum's confession, is it not possible that government's hands are in the insecurity in this country? Mr. Dennis sent that. Thank you so much for sending that message. Today 95.1, good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning. Robert Major the farmer.
God bless you and greeting to all the panelists.
Good morning.
Because of the timing, I want to say thank you to all of you. Each time you are invited, you are always there doing justice. No matter how Nigerians are oppressed, these talks you people do by educating Nigerians and letting us know what we do not know will strengthen democracy. I want to say thank you to all the panelists. I say thank you, Kelly, and thank you to 95.1.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Jam Saga, what happened to centers at Northeast, Northwest, and North Central? Just God's will from Alu. Sanduko, you said something.
Is tired.
Sometimes you just get to sit back and take information. It's good. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, Mufasa. Please go on.
Yeah, good morning to the very respected guests in the studio.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, for me, I believe that there is nothing that cannot be changed. Even this current administration that has meted untold hardship on Nigerians. But my concern, Kelly, is we Nigerians, we always find ourselves in situations like this where we now begin to consider anything that can remove Tinubu from office. And that anything most times often come in a kind of, or actually unsuspecting ending. You know, when you say, as far as it's not Tinubu, we want anything that can unseat Tinubu. So for me, if a coalition could come up with a sellable candidate that has well-proven track record, not the Atiku, not the Erufai, somebody that is different from the usual kind of politicians that we see today. I think that's the only way Nigerians can get it. But this issue of anything that can unseat Tinubu, we may just be moving around in circles. That's my position.
Mufasa, thank you so much. Zulum's lamentations about compromise in the war against Boko Haram is like stating the obvious. Government is fully aware that informants of Boko Haram exist among the military and the political class, but who will take the bull by the horn? Mr. Lucky sent that one. Thank you, sir. Today, 95.1, good morning.
Yes, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Peter from Oyibo. Just like what it is said, the way they roast the fowl should also be the way they should roast the bush fowl. If Tinubu has conspired against Jonathan to remove Jonathan from office, the same thing should be done to him. Let him know that whatever you do on earth today, tomorrow awaits for you. For eventually, those houses, I think I refer them as the biggest in the land. Those houses should be shared to local governments in Nigeria. All local governments.
Allow me to laugh. Oh.
Every local government should own one of those houses. Thank you.
Okay. Every local government should own.
Local government, okay, federal government will build more to complete it.
And who will stay inside? Who will stay inside?
No, liaison office. Local government liaison office in Abuja.
Police. And then the revenue should be coming back.
Something local government chairman will make guest houses when they're in Abuja.
Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, call us back when you're ready. Greetings, Kelly. If CPC and APC can form alliance and they took over power from PDP in 2014, same God that did it for CPC and APC will do it for PDP and other political parties to unseat Tinubu in Aso Rock. Thank God I believe Chachebu. It's all right. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Mike. I'm calling from Magic.
Okay.
The camp director, please, whoever that is saying they should cancel that jam, you will reduce for me, please. Because we know the stress we, the parents, pass through that jam process. The money, the expenses of the money and the stress. Please let us not cancel that jam. Please. Affirmatively, they will not only see that housing estate in Abuja, let us also see all the entire family, and including his resident that his family is living presently. The man is wicked.
According to you. Thank you. Chief Ndukwe, I said it all about Trump and America. You must recognize their minds as you know how to tackle them as to further your interests. All right. Jerry from Oibo sent that message. Thank you. Today messages from the traditional SMS channel. I'll switch to WhatsApp now. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Dr. Chris.
Yes, Kelly. Well, good morning, family.
Hello.
I tried today to go to YouTube and I'm seeing the man that looks somehow like the man with the gray hair all over. I greet you, sir, and others.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
I love your voice and your analysis. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Kelly, you know, something came up in your discussion. Let me tell you that Ogima said, it will be difficult for Tinubu. If Tinubu could come in, when he came in and told us Nigeria never voted for him, then how did he get there? Is it now that he's there? We don't pray for, we don't wish that there will be, shedding of blood for another person to take over from Tinubu. But it will be very difficult. With this INEC crop of politicians we see, it takes only the grace of God. The Bible says it will be easier, for a camel to pipe through the eyes of a needle than somebody opposite Tinubu. And the people that are coming up don't even come up with anything.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this Emeka?
This morning.
I think it's AB, right? But the signal is very poor. Very, very poor. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Let me greet Amopu on the studio. Amopu, well done, sir.
Thank you very much.
You are an inspiration to many of us.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, tell you very quickly. In 2014-15, when Goodluck Jonathan lost election, it was not only political alliance, it was a religious fight. It was a religious fight. Because if governors of states are not in alliance
with the group that is coming to line. You cannot win an election. You understand? So the truth is that whatever RFI is coming, unless the governors of those states, those APC states, we behave like the PDP governors in 2015, when Namadi Sambo from Kaduna State closed his eyes and saw elections results trickling from those northern areas, PDP governors. They saw that. But if the governors are not selling out, the alliance will not work.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We can squeeze one more call and then read messages. Today 95.1, good morning. Good morning. So sorry. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
AB, welcome.
Thank you so much. AB from Port Harcourt. Fire position and the coalition they want to join between him, Obi, and the rest. Is it the answers to the problem of Nigeria? These politicians take Nigerians for a ride because they believe that their money can speak, that the people doesn't matter. Have they considered the pain that Nigerians are going through, of which Fire is among those who gang up against Nigerians' wish? Today he's coming out because he has the money and the rest have the money. They can do whatever they want and unseat a president. But for me, that is not my problem. My problem is that the country future, does it really matter to me and others? What beneficiary are we benefiting from the country itself? What government is doing for me? What is the government doing for others? Rather, we are suffering. Rather, we are paying more than what we should have benefited from a country.
Okay.
And they want to execute president. Is it the solution?
Maybe.
The solution now is that Nigeria should be paid.
Good morning, Kelly. With one goal from the coalition devoid of ego and desperation, Tinubu will be sent back to Lagos. For the UTME, no amount of cries or crocodile tears now will save your battered image. Oloide, Michael Sunday, send that message. Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and El Rufai to form a coalition. Hooray! This is a welcome development. Nigerians are tired of these unproductive policies of President Tinubu and clique of friends. Aboyo Kingsley from Rimokuta sent this one. Thank you. Aboyo Kingsley, since Sunday, it's the first time I've seen a message from you. Wow. Anyway, good to hear from you. Kelly and the guest, good morning. Concerning the story of a man with his 5 children that, got killed. Please, let's not forget that this same man is a divorcee and that he is not mentally stable and sound. So my condolences will go to the innocent boy and the family, Elder Felix from Eleme. Okay. Emefiele is APC. He bought the 100 million naira form to contest the presidential primaries. You people didn't see the buses he bought with his campaign pictures on them. It was not PDP or LP now. We all know why he is suffering. It's because he wanted to stop somebody's turn to be president. That's to say he offended the person who's supposed to forgive his sins. That alone is a sin that cannot be forgiven. So Emefiele's case is different. He might need to take his appeal to God then. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the members of the panel. Zulum, speaking on some politicians' military being informants to Boko Haram. The statement from Zulum is not far from the truth, and the way and manner Boko Haram is attacking and sacking communities, even the military base, you'll be forced to believe that Boko Haram is still in control. JAM to conduct mop-up exam for candidates who missed the original one. Oloide should resign honorably because the damage is already done. Wanate Clinton West, you sent that message. Thank you. On Emefiele's property being handed over to the federal government, I would like to submit that legal cases in Nigeria, to a great extent, do not hold water. It's the executive office of the president that decides, not the courts. John Owagugu, that's according to you. Thank you. Can you see the wealth of knowledge and experience of Ogasenibo for you to know that our politicians are not nice people and not good for the people? If not, they would have hired him with his wealth of knowledge and experience to help them shape the course of this nation for the good of all. All right, Ripson, send that message. Thank you. Kelly, do you know that at times you are so annoying? They've told me plenty times. Your talk or defense or attempt to silence your guests in protection of certain ugly narratives is absolutely annoying. It pain 'em. And I'm not going to drink any water if you give me that advice. I will drink water later. But you have to change and talk like someone living in Nigeria. It's Magu, your in-law, Michael Newmalt. All right? I'm helping you. You should be thanking me. I'm telling you to be critical in your thinking. That's what I'm teaching you. You just come and do media trial, just shout. You just follow that shout. Just see the headline, you shout. Your body pain. When you shout, you go out, go sleep. What else? You should be thanking me for teaching you. Good morning, Kelly and Guyman, the guests. On this coalition thing, the best any coalition would do will be the election after 2027. That's if President Tinubu doesn't decide to do a third term. I kind of feel El-Rufai is showing Tinubu what he's capable of doing in 2031 if he gets his endorsement. They all know the incumbent president do not lose elections or does not lose elections in this part of the world. Okay, they all know incumbent presidents do not lose elections in this part of the world. Esio Mame send that. Jonathan lost election now, so it's different.
Yeah.
Mm.
Not in this part of the world.
Where did he lose election?
In
Europe.
No blood, no Nigerian blood is what is election. That can only happen in Europe.
Oh my
That's why he lost.
Good morning, Kelly. What nonsense coalition are they talking about? Same nonsense coalition that brought Buhari and Tinubu that we're suffering today. I beg they should go and sit down. Emeka. Thank you, Emeka, for this message. And let me do a few more from here, and then we'll go to Facebook and WhatsApp. Charles Sanoze, I am really in support of the coalition, but my dear is who will be the flag bearer, because I won't support Atiku or El-Rufai except Peter Obi. So let them support Obi, and you will see Tinubu will lose scatter. Again, until they amend the electoral laws, all the coalition will amount to nothing. All right, so there is a condition attached to. People must decide what they want in ousting a government. It doesn't matter whether it's north or south. Power and mandate reside in the people. If the people truly decide, even politicians will not stop, as in the case of the recent elections in Ghana that produced John Dramani. Jay from Ajib sent that. The much I can read from those channels. Thank you all. Let's switch to Facebook. Let's read a few from Facebook. Okay, it's all right. So we can do a few from Facebook, and then we'll go to X real quick this morning. Okay, my bad. All right. Facebook, I see some of those contributions. So there are two stories there. The coalition, and then no conspiracy theory against any part of the country. Although they insist he's not resigning, there's no need for him to resign. Chinedu Omeje, coalition is the solution. As a Southeasterner, I align with what Barrister Ken Okonkwo said the other day on Rice TV. The coalition is the only way to rescue this country. When they finalize, I believe most Nigerians will follow them. All right? Olowu John, good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Coalition is the only solution to salvaging this country from the whims and caprices of Tinubu and his group. This country seriously is in dire need of a messiah. Christopher Cotin, good morning, Kelly and the guests. Coalition is the only solution right now. One devoid of greed and selfishness will make more sense. Coalition is what brought almighty PDP down. So who says coalition cannot bring down APC? Honorable Oaka Hendwell, please, whatever Peter Obi and others will do to send Tinubu back to Lagos in 2025, please try to do it. Julius Papiloje puts it this way. Good morning, everyone. I agree with Barrister Williams that Emefiele allegedly stole and invested it in Nigeria, because same thing that came to my mind yesterday. Okay, it was the same thing that came to my mind yesterday when I heard the news. If all our politicians who steal would invest in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kingsley, my only concern, Mr. Peter Obi, is my only coalition. So your only concern is Obi in that coalition. Oluna John Amechi, coalition is the solution since the current president, Tinubu and APC, had planted moles in the PDP and Labour Party. Senator Bola Tinubu did same to GJ. I'm seeing Mr. President returning to Lagos by 2027. Okay. Chinasa Arisa, coalition is not the solution. On UTME, I think independent probe is needed. Amen Arasowan, Hope things get better. Who coalition help? Urgent investigation is needed. That's for Jam. Abie, thank God. Good morning, Kelly, and the wonderful panelists in the studio. Coalition is the best, but Peter Obi must be part of that coalition. Tinubu mustn't do anything worse than Buhari. Kanu Chibo. Good morning, Kelly. El-Rufai and every other person interested should focus on making INEC do the right thing by holding or giving us credible election. Results should be transmitted live. What is gotten at the polling unit should be seen and counted at the National Collation Center. Okay, the much I can read from Facebook, all right? More comments, but I can't read everything. General Post, a few more from here. Gerald Emeka on the General Post. Even though I support coalition to oust the ancestors in Aso Rock come 2027, Peter Obi should be made the arrowhead, as Igbos can't continue to be second fiddle in this country. Atiku had shouted in the past that it's high time Igbos rule, so let's demonstrate it now. Godwin Nagwama, good morning, Kelly, and the wonderful panelist. Concerning this matter that El-Rufai says Tinubu is going back to Lagos, it's impossible. They should use their time wisely and not spend time on things that won't become a reality or a possibility. They just want the attention of the media, nothing really serious about this statement. I call it initial gragra. Oparanta Indidi puts it this way. Good morning, Kelly. My name is, okay. I'm very happy that the federal government sees the housing unit of that man called Emefiele. This is a clear indication that if opposition parties work to take over power, the ruling party will be afraid to loot, knowing full well that whatever acquired illegally will be confiscated from them. It's all right. Super Ted, police arrest officer who accidentally shot dead student in Ibadan. Good morning. Right way to go, but would we hear the verdict of the case against him if or when is called to answer for his act? Chukudi Iwanugo puts it this way. Good morning, presenters, politicians, military officers among Boko Haram informants. I totally agree with this, but my worry about this country is that nothing will be done with this information. No investigation, no prosecution. This is why we can never make any headway on the acclaimed fight against terrorism. And then two more. Lorenzo Delight, the statement of Zulum is absolutely correct. The sabotage in the fight against terrorism is the reason why we can't win. Until these informants and sponsors are captured, nothing will change. Belema Fibika, instead of Nigerian military to order sophisticated weapons and drones to fight terrorism and technological weapons and gadgets, that's what is needed. Okay. I leave here and I go to X. Let's look at those contributions from here. Give us a moment to look at contributions from the X channel. Okay, I see a few. Solomon Ovumarani. I didn't put any matter to rest. It didn't put any matter to rest. That's on the jam issue. Independent inquiry is needed because these days, when one hear them speak in a direction, the other direction is probably the way forward. Bumada Ketima just resigned. You have outlived your welcome or stay in that office. Take a bow and leave. That's to the jam Oga. And then for the other one, the coalition, okay. Augustine Aaron, there's no two ways about it. If the president can't sell fuel for a range of 100 to 120 naira, then making him go back to Lagos in 2027 is the case. Let it happen. The government's economic policies aren't the best for Nigeria, so by 2027, he should go. Mayor of Casterbridge, the coalition is in the right direction, but in my opinion, the coalition will work if Peter Obi will emerge as a candidate of that coalition, because currently he's the only sellable opposition candidate and most preferable choice of Nigerians. Fabulous Tamanatoye, Nigerians are demanding a change of government due to the unfavorable policies implemented by the present federal government. Nigerians are prepared to make sacrifices in order to rectify the mistakes of 2023, which was marred by widespread rigging in favor of the current federal government. Good morning. Inseparable with the truth, again, a coalition is very necessary to unseat the president, not to win the election, but to ensure that the actual winner becomes the president. However, that coalition must have Peter Obi as its standard bearer. Anything short of this will be a waste of time. Okay. So a lot of Nigerians are speaking, they want it to happen. Maybe it will happen.
The way they wanted APC to defeat PDP is the same thing.
So maybe it will happen. So let's close in maybe in 5-10 minutes. Let's talk about JAM. JAM had a press conference yesterday. The result was supposed to be out yesterday, but I've not seen channels that have released those results. I heard from a private consultant that about 60 to 70% of candidates who sat for that, the receipts scored above 200, which is supposed good thing. JAM registrar says it's not resigning. At this point, that is not on the table. They would allow for mop-up exams. Should he resign? Is that the solution? He says there's no ethnic. That theory is just false.
Of course.
It's just wrong. There's no such human error are all from the southeast. So in closing, that's why I left it for last, so that I won't take long analysis about this one. I'm looking at Amapusane, but the way he's looking at me, if I don't ask him first,
I will need a big tent coalition against you.
If I don't ask him first,
Kelly,
there will be a coalition indeed against you.
I will need a big tent coalition against you.
Then who will be the proponent of the body bags?
The body bags. What are you there?
Why is he just interested in the body bags?
What are you there?
That is the threat that makes
You can play
change.
You can play
Not the role. He will be in the body bag warehouse.
So, has he spoken well this time?
I think, gentlemen, let's understand what's going on here. The Nigerian establishment, as sustained by the feudal system, is on a foundation of incompetence and inefficiency. What happened in JAM is just a manifestation of that reality. Therefore, how do we cure inefficiency? Is to set clear standards, measure performance by those standards, and sanction failure. The question is, what is the appropriate sanction for the colossal level of failure that JAM had admitted to? But we must go further down to ask, for how long has this been going on? Unless you do that, the hundreds of thousands of candidates whose prospects were blighted by the inefficiency of some of our bloated officials will not see justice.
So you want an independent probe?
All the officers at director's level, whether assistant, deputy, or substantive director, should all resign.
Hey, we.
Yes, because, look, Kelly, you have ruined the future. If a medical doctor...
But they've given them a chance to receipt.
If a medical doctor... We don't even know for how long that has been going on. We need to establish for how long this kind of...
They said they've not had a glitch like this before.
Not the one known to them. But we, the parents and grandparents of those who appear before JAM,
so if they did...
JAM has been incompetent for a long while.
If they did an external probe and found that there is no inconsistency with what JAM has said, would we be apologizing to JAM for insisting that they did a probe?
We.
Of course.
No. There's nothing to apologize to JAM for. JAM has, by its own assessment, fallen below the level of performance it has set for itself.
Okay. Comrade Izu.
Kelly, the truth about it is, resignation is not in our DNA. And if we want to talk about glitches, I think it became more pronounced, or that word, like I said, during the 2023 general election. Even with the heavy glitches that affected the voters, nobody resigned. Even with the level at which he dragged sympathy supposedly with the heavy downpour of tears from his eyes, inside he still tells you there is no second thought for resignation.
So he wanted to resign that day.
What I've seen, there was one government official who actually went on site, either in Kogi, and when he saw what was being done there, he also wept seriously.
Yeah.
On television, captured on TVC.
They have a soft side
I don't
now.
know.
But that's
Kelly,
a good thing. It shows that they're human.
To tell you the difference between the better clients, they don't weep. They only call a press conference, admit what has happened, and tender their resignation.
Yeah.
Here you call a press conference, you weep before the... Well, it's funny. This, like I said, it is because the number of affected students were much and parents protested. The glitches has been there.
Were they much?
If not for the... You know one thing, it takes the number.
1.9 million. 380,000.
It's not much.
1.9 million.
No, it's very small.
380,000.
It's very small. It's very small. To actually attract attention is very small. Maybe before now that the numbers were less.
1.9 million. 380,000.
It's very minimal.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, Oloide should go first.
Go.
Let him resign and go.
You give him a job.
You see, I didn't give him job. I'm making myself.
If he go, you give him a job.
No, I won't give him job.
Why?
He doesn't deserve any job.
Somebody said to ask another question. So let me ask the very annoying one now.
He is the head of JAM. When this thing happened, I say JAM was responsible. Oh, you said somebody you got maybe from the grapevine. Let's put it that way. That how many of them scored above?
I think I have about 70%.
Can you imagine that? I said that set another exam for them. They will excel.
All of them.
Even if not all, Kelly, there is no time you set exam. Everybody will just.
No, but you said they should scrap. They should do a receipt for everybody. That's what
yes.
Because the glitches could also give some persons.
For everybody.
Of course.
All these ones they are doing, for me, they've not. It has to be very. If you are doing something,
agree with you.
You tell some people you have not done well.
This agreement is fake.
What I'm saying is that as for Lloyd,
that's not correct.
You know, when somebody start at his level is a politician. When a politician start crying on television, as you are looking at him, he's giving you the inner mind of his that you see, I will do more. I will do you more.
So he should go.
That's exactly what they was doing. In fact, he didn't cry for
he
me.
Said
so
he should resign and
he should go.
Resign
and then go home. He has a house.
He should go home.
He has a house.
Resign and
so you're not worried that he will lose his job?
I'm not talking about the state, but wherever his house is, let him go back.
You're not worried that he will lose his job? You're not worried that he could lose his job?
Lose which job?
Mr. Williams.
Lose which job?
Ordinarily.
He didn't even
Mr. Ndukwe, your time has passed now. Mr. Williams.
Ordinarily, there are two things that had happened why Oloide remains the registrar of JAM. First, it was this, what is his name? Oloide.
You just said it.
Yeah, it was still this Oloide as the registrar of JAM that snake swallowed money.
Yes.
It was this man. And that wasn't enough for him to go. It was still this Oloide that Mesoma broke their system.
It wasn't Oloide that snake swallowed though. Rather, Oloide
found it.
With the financial
accountability.
I found that anacondas.
Okay.
Anacondas?
That's snake now.
No, you know, it was still this Oloide that Mesoma, small Mesoma in Anambra, broke their system. And gave appropriated scores to herself. Nobody knew it was until the Anambra state government started celebrating the girl. That was when JAM now said, no. Of which, if Anambra state did not celebrate that girl, that girl would have entered university with that score. It is still this Oloide.
Yes.
Is it? No. I think we should correct it.
What are you correcting?
I think it's imperative that we try to clarify.
Kelly, this is your smile of correction.
This is what happened with
Kelly, why is there only one
No. Because Mr. Williams, what you are doing is there's more misinformation in it. No. This is Mesoma's case. When the company decided to award her the scholarship.
Yes.
They said let them do diligence. They wrote to the Ministry of Education to say confirm this child's results. When they reached out to JAM, to verify that what she claimed she scored was what she actually scored. JAMB in verifying now said no. That she did not score this. She scored this. No, this is...
It's not
Hear me now. Hear me now. If I claim today that I scored...
You are eating into my time.
That I scored 280. If I claim today that I scored 280, yeah? And I use it and dance everywhere.
Nobody will care.
JAMB will not even do anything.
But
if I go to a university, and I tell the university I scored 280, university will ask me for my slip now.
Yes.
When I send them that slip, they will verify with JAMB to confirm that you actually scored 280. That's where JAMB comes in. See, the only thing I'm saying is, it's not that JAMB just sat idly by and allowed the girl to parade what she... No, JAMB didn't have to do anything. When it was time for verification, JAMB responded. That's what happened in the case of
But what we are saying, even if you're holding brief for JAMB, what we are saying is that it happened under this Oloide. It happened under this Oloide. You see, what Oloide... There's one woman in this country that I just love. The first minister of finance under Buhari,
yes, Adeosu,
was accused of not even attending NYSC.
Yes.
As soon as that thing came up, she didn't defend. The woman went.
It's not true.
It's true. No, wait now. The woman went. Find out that somebody gave her the wrong certificate. Before he said Jack. The woman on how? So what is Oloide waiting for? Is it by crying that will solve the problem?
No. You see, people make me look like the bad guy in
you
this
are
situation.
the bad guy.
One moment.
You are.
Adeosu did not find out her NYC situation while she was a minister. Yeah. She knew her certificate was a fake.
No.
It was one moment. You can you can find out. She knew it was a fake. She knew she arranged it from the UK, and she got assurances. One moment, sir. No. Let me land now. Let me land now. She knew it was a fake, but she didn't think it would come up. She didn't resign because she saw that it was a fake. She resigned because they pressured her to resign. What Buhari did was, after the panel was set up,
you're right,
to save them the embarrassment and to save her face, they told her to resign.
Okay, but she resigned.
She's a Tinubu protege. So they used that and told her resign and let this matter just die. And that's how the matter died.
And did she cry?
No.
The point is that look.
No, the only reason I'm saying this is simple. No. Let's understand me. Understand what I am doing.
Okay, you are right.
No, it's not right. Okay, hold on.
You are right. You are unanimously saying you are right. What we are saying that Oloide, please, you cannot hold Nigerian students to ransom. Let's try another person, just like Abo Busun was saying. Let's try. You are right. Let's try some other person.
Time has finished.
Let's go back to Lagos.
Time has finished.
You know they always go back to Lagos.
Time has finished. Every time I come on this show, people make me feel like I'm a bad guy. No. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll continue to do my job. I'm not going to agree.
Is always supporting you.
I don't have evidence that you're a fine guy.
Oh my God.
You don't have evidence. I only have evidence that he's asking people to produce evidence before they reach a conclusion. That doesn't make him a fine guy.
At least this is what I'm happy.
That doesn't
You can be very bad though, but
that doesn't make him. Let's him.
Comrade Ruben is sitting here. Our public affairs analyst, chairman NTNA, River State chapter, and the voice on Gene Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Is always here to laugh with you, always here to laugh with you and share ideas.
On our worry.
But although I will not call you a bad guy.
Tori.
Because after here.
Tori. J.C. Williams, legal practitioner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Kelly.
I'm Abu Sanibal, boss of Ray Brown, managing consultant, CEO Grain Consulting. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Rivers people. You can see that even the mere noise we make upsets the oppressors in power. Let us organize ourselves and make a bigger noise to take back our state and liberate our people.
All right. Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. Those who are indeed spreading out their palms, looking for coalition to come in. What happened to Nigeria, was it 2014 to when when APC came. Was it not coalition? How far is Nigeria better because of that?
You need another coalition to remove it.
Like,
We have closed.
Shadow cabinet.
This is what I look at it.
I support shadow cabinet.
The show has closed, though. The show has closed.
Learn from talking to me that.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
They see me balling, they want copy. And I see them, but I wanna be your number one father. Original, don't dada. Them they underrate, man, they don't know nothing. The movement you see now, number one papa, original Batman, thriller. Monogo, they don't know ya. Give me a monogo, I don't show, they don't know ya. Give me that, Bob. Give me that, Bob. Give me that, Bob. Batman say like that. Street boy copying all the mainstream shit. Sweet boy stunting like the Matrix shit. Cruising in my phantom. You know we going platinum. Number one, you know I don't fake this thing. Legendary stuff, you can take this. I pull up, then I stand up. You see me, put your hands up. Monogo, they don't know ya. Baby, I'm monogo, I don't show, they don't know ya. Give me that, Bob. Bob, dancer. Give me that, Bob. Batman say like that. Batman say like that.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining me on Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. It's Thursday, May 22nd, 11:33. I'm Queen Chima. Well, let's begin with the news where a member of Irish language hip-hop group NECAP has been charged with a terror offence after allegedly displaying a flag in support of proscribed organisation Hezbollah at a London gig. And Nandi, 27, has been charged by the Metropolitan Police after an incident on 21st of November 2024 at the O2 Forum in Kentish Town, London. Anandi, who performed under the name Mochara, is due to appear at Westminster Magistrate Court on Wednesday, 18 June. In a statement posted on social media, NECAP said, "We deny this offence and will vehemently defend ourselves. This is a political policing," it continued. "This is a carnival of distraction. Well, 14,000 babies are about to die of starvation in Gaza with food sent by the world sitting on the other side of a wall, and once again the British establishment is focused on us." An investigation was carried out which led to the Crown Prosecution Service authorizing the charge. Well, earlier this month, the Met said it would investigate online videos allegedly showing the group calling for the death of British MPs and shouting up Hamas up Hezbollah. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are banned in the UK, and it is a crime to express support for them. Hezbollah is a Shia Muslim political and military group in Lebanon which has been involved in the series of violent conflicts where NECAP say they have never supported Hamas or Hezbollah and would not incite violence against any individual. They say that the video in question has been taken out of context. While a number of gigs featuring the band have been called off since the videos emerged. U.S. singer Chris Brown has been freed on bail by a court in London after being charged with inflicting an unprovoked attack in a nightclub in 2023. The Grammy-winning star, who has not yet been asked to enter a plea in the case, is able to begin his world tour next month as planned as part of his bail conditions. From the cage to stage, he wrote on Instagram after Wednesday's bail hearing. The 36-year-old was not present at a Southwark Crown Court where the judge said he must pay a €5 million security fee to the court. A security fee is a financial guarantee to ensure a defendant returns to court. Mr. Brown could be asked to forfeit the money if he breaches bail conditions. The musician was arrested last week and later charged with grievous bodily harm over an incident in which he allegedly attacked a music producer with a tequila bottle at a Tape nightclub in London's Mayfair. He had been held in custody since being arrested in Salford last Thursday and was initially refused bail on Friday. But bail was granted him yesterday on the condition that he pay €4 million immediately, with a further €1 million due in 7 days. His tour is scheduled to start in Amsterdam on 8th of June with stadium and arena dates in Manchester, London, Cardiff, Birmingham and Glasgow later that month and in July. The two-time Grammy winner is known for hits like Loyal, Run It and Under the Influence. His next court date is 20th of June between shows at Cardiff's Principality Stadium and London's Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. He must surrender his passport if he is not travelling on tour. Judge Tony Backgartner said other bail conditions include living at a specific address known to the court, not contacting the alleged victim, not visiting the Tape nightclub and not applying for international travel documents. He will appear at court next month with his co-defendant Omololu Akinlolu, a 38-year-old who performs under the name Hoodie Baby, also from the US. Well, in Nigeria, Billboard has recognized Nigerian rap icon and YBNL label boss Olamide Gbenga Adedeji, fondly called Olamide, as one of the global power players for 2025. The prestigious honor recognizes his leadership at YBNL Nation, the powerhouse label behind Nigerian superstars Ashake and Fireboy DML, both of whom released critically acclaimed albums in 2024. Ashake's third studio album, Lungu Boy, has been certified by Turntable Charts as Nigeria's biggest album of 2024, while Fireboy's fourth album, Adedamola, has been praised as one of the year's most outstanding projects. The label achieved several milestones in 2024, including Ashake's sold-out concert at London's O2 Arena, making him the third Nigerian artist after Davido and Wizkid to sell out the prestigious venue multiple times. Additionally, Ashake's track MMS from Lungu Boy earned a nomination for Best African Music Performance at the 67th Grammy Awards. A Nigerian street pop sensation Adekunle Temitope, popularly known as Small Doctor, has voiced deep concern over the growing rate of drug abuse among young Nigerians. Taking to his X account, the singer shared a heartbreaking account of what he witnessed during a recent visit to his childhood neighborhood. He wrote, "I strolled through the hood on Sunday and what I saw was heartbreaking." Small Doctor wrote, "The rate young people use drugs nowadays is alarming. These were the promising guys we grew up with. Now they are shadows of themselves," he lamented. Well, the federal government has entered into a strategic partnership with the Chocolate City Group to transform the National Film Institute into a world-class film school and production center. According to a statement made available on Wednesday by Chocolate City, the partnership was formally announced at the 2025 Cannes Film Festival, where Nigeria is making an international push through its Screen Nigeria initiative. The statement reads, "The NFI overhaul forms a key part of Destination 2030, Nigeria Everywhere. The government plan to create 2 million jobs and contribute $100 billion to GDP by 2030 through the creative and tourism industries." But under the new agreement, Chocolate City Group will lead the revitalization of NFI's facilities, upgrade its curriculum, and establish global exchange programs with top-tier film institutions. The transformation aims to close the gap between Nigeria's burgeoning creative talent and the global standards required for sustained success in film and media. While speaking during the announcement, Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, emphasized the importance of investing in domestic talent. She said, "For too long, our most promising filmmakers have had to seek technical training abroad. We're investing in infrastructure that transforms raw talent into world-class professionals right here in Nigeria, creating both cultural and economic returns." This is precisely the kind of public-private partnership President Tinubu envisioned when he made the creative economy a pillar of our national development strategy. The initiative will be supported by the Creative and Tourism Infrastructure Company, the federal government's newly established investment vehicle focused on catalytic infrastructure. CTIC will provide capital and oversight to ensure the institute's transformation is globally competitive. The statement said the announcement also builds on the Memorandum of Understanding signed earlier this year in Abuja, which outlined broader goals including the creation of live event venues, talent development pipelines, global content distribution, and stronger intellectual property protections. Over the next decade, the revamped institute is expected to train 10,000 students, with at least 2,000 expected to secure direct industry placements. The Audu Maikori, chairman of Chocolate City Group, underscored the role of education in Nigeria's creative future. We are witnessing Nigeria's creative renaissance, and education is the foundation that will sustain it. Reimagining film education from the ground up will ensure we prepare students for existing opportunities and empower them to create new ones while putting Nigerian storytelling on the world stage. Well, 41 years after the release of his hit song Because of English, Bright Chimezi's the song Because of English has appeared on the Spotify Nigeria viral chart at number 99. The song recently generated attention after Davido revealed it was one of the reference tracks for his hit single With You featuring Omale off his recently released fifth album 5. The song, produced by super producer Tempo, combined the melodic fusion of highlife and funk popularized in the 1970s and 80s in Nigeria by stars like Bright Chimezi to deliver a record that is now a fan favorite. The Nigerian music legend had earlier reacted to the song and thanked Davido for finding inspiration in the popular High Life record. Davido recently hosted Chimezi in Lagos in the company of some friends and associates. While clips from the occasion captured the moment Davido video called his uncle and Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke and his wife to speak with the music legend. The single is the latest growing trend of Nigerian stars drawing inspiration from old Nigerian music. In 2024, Thames sampled Seyi Shodimore's 1997 classic song Love Me Jeje for the Grammy-winning song of the same title. Ashake also sampled Jasmine Olofin and Adewale Ayuba's Raise the Roof for his SARS-produced single Active featuring Travis Scott. Because of English becomes the latest classic Nigerian song to gain mainstream attention. In 2024, gentleman Mike Ejaya's Gogongwongo went viral after being used by comedian Brain Jotta in his skits. Well, that's all on the news. You're still listening to Entertainment Studio on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying right here with us. We'll be right back.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Was in new party now. My kese was in new party now. Story was the one and you let go after. All eyes on me when I enter the party. All eyes on me when I enter the party. All eyes on me. My kese was in new party now. Money, money, baby, was in new party now. One quick. Money to plunder. I'm the life of the party. All eyes on me when I enter the party. All eyes on me when I enter the party. All eyes on me. My kese was in the party now. Money, money, baby, was in the party now. One quick, one back. Only one quick, one back.
Juicy boy from South Van is plenty. I get one with the shami on the daily. Anytime she come around, she come body. She know they let her know that when they come near. I know they complain. Sweet when she give me on a steady. Shawty my type, and she knows that. When she money sweet a cappella. I don't know, no, my eyes dirty. Come make me day my baby. Come give me body, make a call me. Come be my remedy, my baby. I don't know, no, my eyes dirty, oh. Come make me day my baby, oh. Come give me body, oh. Make a call me, oh. Come be my remedy, my baby.
Fine boy like me, hot girl like you. Put us in a room and we lose composure. Standard as me, now I really like you. So baby, don't be shy, you gon' need to come closer. Thick body girl, backside's a tanker. Of course I like meat, you cannot decanda. Say she likes smoke and she wants some ganja. But me, I don't smoke, give me coke and Fanta. Great minds think alike, so let's 69. That's putting heads together, my car seats recline. Waiting for the green light, just give me sign. I'm just thinking out loud. Now what's on your mind?
I don't know, no, my eyes dirty. Come make me day my baby. Come give me body, make a call me. Come be my remedy, my baby. I don't know, no, my eyes dirty, oh. Come make me day my baby, oh. Come give me body, oh. Make a call me, oh. Come be my remedy, my baby, oh. Come be my remedy, my baby.
Radio radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Ruth Kadiri talks about YouTube and her colleagues.
If you're not personally, emotionally mature, leave YouTube alone. YouTube is like a sea, like a well. It's like a monster that's never satisfied. Once you start, you can't stop. There's no stopping with it. And if you're somebody who's not content with what you have and you're looking at what other people are doing, it won't be good for your mental health. It won't be good for your, what do you call it? I worry about a lot of producers and actors developing BP. Is BP, Abby? Yes. Yes, I worry about them. And I see a lot of things that they are doing just to... So you sponsor a movie, you go and sponsor, you shoot a movie for YouTube. Now, let me explain it. This is YouTube. This is like a rider, both the user and the what do you call it? Then you go on this platform to say, I've created a content. Content is good enough for you to advertise it. You know, that's you coming in as a creator. Then you too now carry that content that you brought for them to put advert on. Now you now sponsor it. You now tell them, okay, take my film, advertise it for me. How are you going to make money? Then you now do 1 million views in one day, and you now come back and tell people, thank you so, like some of the things you guys do. I cannot advise you. It's the only experience that can teach you. Desire to be successful. It is us. But then, it is what it is.
Well, she's known as one of the Nigerian actresses and producers who took advantage of YouTube early enough to churn out films on almost on a daily basis or weekly basis. Ruth Kadiri 247 with quite a number of followers, and now a number of actors, actresses, and producers are now putting out their films and their works on YouTube. It's now the new market. All right, away from that, Burna Boy had posted a post or something where he said that the African giant Burna Boy died. His own people killed him. Then Big Seven was born to protect what was left of Burna Boy. Burna Boy and Big Seven fight each other a lot because while Big Seven is only protecting the final and only existing piece of Burna Boy's broken heart, the African giant still haunts Burna Boy. This is deep. I mean, really deep. But then he gets a response from music journalist Joy Akan, who says, after advocating for his people on a successful project, Burna Boy's subsequent ascent into global pop recognition came with a personal realization that his bread is better buttered away from the complexity of Nigeria. And so he began a campaign against his people and the culture that birthed him. He called the culture substanceless, called the country a waste of time, kissed fans at his concerts, and blamed his Nigerian listeners for any inconvenience he's ever felt. I would rather kill you than die for you, he said to the same people who received him as local champion and spurred his elevation to new heights. And now, with the specter of a new album looming, he's restricted his listenership to concert buyers. Backtracked that position with empty love letters while still accusing Nigerians of worse, killing their idol. It's akin to many and at the height of narcissism to erode your goodwill by self-inflicted cuts. while apportioning casualty to your victims. You cut yourself and blood on Nigerians. And when we protested, you called us poor. Burna Boy might have lived once as the people's champ, but ever since the world opened up to him, he's put his country on his choking block and pulled every available dagger in his arsenal. And with each delivered cut to his Africans, the African giant has also bled himself out. A self-killing induced by the manners of meekness of success. Well, while this is deep, Burna Boy had posted something earlier talking about his album that will be released not for everybody, and but for concerts. Say it was a little throwing shades and all, but for some people who take these things seriously, some other people think, well, this is just PR. I mean, an artist can just come up and write something. Whilst you might think it's deeper than what it is, Burna Boy can be a little blunt sometimes with his words, because a number of artists have talked about the support that they have got from Nigerians. Some of them said Nigerians have not shown them the most of support. Maybe they do not like their sound or what. But I feel, or some people feel, that sometimes these words or these posts can just be a way to garner attention. And once the attention is garnered and people are talking about it, then they have achieved exactly what they want to achieve. Okay, I'm 36 and I have a child. BBN's Big Brother Niger's doing reviews. Now, this is a show where she talked about her child. Thanks for coming show. It's like a date. And then she says that she's 36 and she has a child.
Your age is literally on Google. Your age is literally on Google. I can actually just Google your age right now. But I know you're like 28?
No.
29?
36.
What?
36.
What?
Many people don't believe me when I say it. I'm 36.
What?
I'm going to be 37 in August. And I have a child, by the way.
That's a lie.
She absolutely doesn't look it. 36, and I thought she was going to stop there. And she says she'll be 37 in August. Wow. 3 years to 40. She looks like 20, 23, 24. A lot of people don't look their age. I mean, it could be genetic or maybe lifestyle. But that's pretty good. She looks really good for a 37-year-old. Well, the crux of the matter is that you take care of yourself no matter what. Smile, take lots of water, and enjoy life. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I am Queen Chima. Good morning.
All the times with the ball, I've been there treat you like annoying. The home girls envy you, them they send you view once. My homeboy wanted you, I'll bring you one mouth. We are better as friends, but you wanted more. Hey, but you wanted more. After that first night in my condo, you were stuck, I was stuck, like Stockholm. All those are in the past, I hope you passed it, I hope you didn't cast it. Maka obia DJ Muna and Onyoga Sili Mwemba. Obia DJ Muna and Onyoga Sili Mwemba.
We are in the
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Nigeria's Senate calls for establishment of military base in Hong LGA of Adamawa State following resurgence of Boko Haram attacks in the area. Planned coalition of opposition political parties dismissed claims of adoption of ADC as political platform ahead of 2027 general election. Rumo Limini Council of Chiefs dismissed claims by acting VC of Ignatius Ajuru University of Education over community slots in recently conducted employment at university. On the foreign scene, over 50,000 people stranded in eastern Australia amid rising flood waters. Now the detail. The Senate has called for the immediate establishment of a military base in Hong, local government area of Adamawa State, following a resurgence of Boko Haram attacks in the area and other parts of the northeast. The resolution came during plenary in a matter of urgent national importance after lawmakers debated a motion highlighting the rising insecurity in Hong and Gumbi local government areas, where multiple coordinated attacks by Boko Haram insurgents have left dozens dead and thousands displaced. While lawmakers commended the efforts of the Nigerian Army and other security operatives, the Senate underscored the need to reinforce existing personnel with a permanent military base in Hong to better secure the area and prevent further escalation of violence. According to sponsor of the motion, Iya Abbas, 5 major attacks have occurred in Hong LGA since February 2025. However, opposition lawmaker Senator Seriake Dixon raised an objection during the debate, cautioning the Senate against overstepping its constitutional boundaries by directing the establishment of a military base because such directives fall under the exclusive purview of the President and the executive arm of government. His position was promptly countered by Senator Wasiu Eshiloku, who argued that the National Assembly was well within its rights to make such recommendations. The planned coalition of opposition elements against President Bola Tinubu has denied claims that he has adopted the African Democratic Congress ADC as its political party ahead of the 2027 general election. The coalition, led by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and other opposition leaders and aggrieved elements of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, also dismissed reports that it's appointed a former Vice Chairman, Northwest of the APC, Salihu Lukman, as its head of Secretariat. Lukman, who is the interim spokesperson of the coalition, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja following reports that Atiku, Peter Obi and former Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State had adopted the ADC as the official platform of the opposition coalition. According to him, negotiations among all coalition leaders were progressing very well, and final decisions about the political platform for the 2027 election would be taken soon. The Council of Chiefs and Traditional Leaders of Rumuolimini Community in Obiakpo Local Government Area of River State have dismissed claims by the acting Vice-Chancellor of Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Professor Kichuku Onuchukwu, that the community got 45 slots out of the recent 1,500 employment slots at the institution. The acting Vice-Chancellor of the Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Professor Kichuku Onuchukwu, had in an interview with newsmen in reaction to protest by the host community disclosed that out of the 1,500 employment slots of the institution, 45 were given to Rumuolimini as the host community. But the Rumuolimini Council of Chiefs and Traditional Leaders, in a statement by their paramount ruler, His Royal Highness King Chukwuemeka Victor Okocha Olumini, said there was no special consideration given to Rumuolimini as a host community, as claimed by the VC. King Victor Okocha Olumini, who is the Inyewe Ali Rumuolimini community, in reaction to the claims of Professor Kichuku Onuchukwu, clarified that Rumuolimini sons and daughters who got the employment did that solely on merit and not on any consideration from the management of the institution. While urging members of the public to disregard the claims of the Vice-Chancellor of IAUE, the King also used the opportunity to clarify that he did not authorize anyone to appreciate the management of the institution for employing Rumuolimini sons and daughters. The Rumuolimini Council of Chiefs and Traditional Leaders, while insisting that the protest was a clear expression of dissatisfaction with the attitude of the institution towards its host community, further expressed resolve to continue to be law-abiding and work for the progress of the university, while refusing any act of misrepresentation of facts from the school management under any guise. Meanwhile, some casual staff of Ignatius Ajuru University of Education have expressed disappointment over being excluded from the recent recruitment exercise conducted under the administration of suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara. In an exclusive interview with Today FM, they revealed that they were initially employed during the tenure of former Vice-Chancellor Professor Ozo Mekuri Ndimili, following a rigorous recruitment process. According to the casual staff of the university, Professor Ndimeli had assured that once the employment embargo was lifted, they would be given priority consideration. One of the affected staff, who spoke anonymously on behalf of a group of the affected casual staff, disclosed that although they were eventually employed by the university 2 years ago, their appointments were later cancelled by Governor Fubara, citing irregularities in the process. The staff lamented that despite their 8 years of service to the university, most of them were excluded from the recent employment exercise concluded just a few months ago.
We are casual lecturers that were employed sometime in 2017, and our employment was quite a rigorous one. After a series of written exams, we had physical interview, which made the then Vice-Chancellor, Professor Ndimele, now gave us his word that any time that the formal employment that is to be done, that we that our casual lecturer will be enrolled into the mainstream. Unfortunately, that never happened during his reign. Last 2 years, we had a time of this employment, and as God may have it, we are actually employed. And unfortunately, the government of then cancelled because of one or two internal issues. Now, the new employment came. We went for interviews. It was very affirmative that we scaled through, and we were given that assurance that we that are casual lecturers that will be converted, which is the policy of every university, that every staff that have served them a number of years, casual or pro bono, they will be enrolled into the mainstream first before the formal employment. Along the line, when they started sending text messages for collection of appointment letters, we were not sent text message. We went, our names were not there and not still there.
Speaking further, the casual staff of the Ignatius Ajuru University appealed to both the university management and the government to reconsider their case and grant them formal employment alongside the newly recruited.
Policy of every university, that every staff that have served them a number of years, casual or pro bono, they will be enrolled into the mainstream first before the formal employment. Along the line, when they started sending text messages for collection of appointment letters, we were not sent text message. We went, our names were not there and not still there. All we are requesting is that the school and the current administration should see to our plea and come to our rescue. We have served the school for 8 years, and it is expedient. All we are crying for is that let them, employ us.
The National Youth Council of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, has dismissed as laughable and illegal the purported suspension of its chairman, Nwi Sabiri Bani, by self-proclaimed national leadership of the NYCN. NYCN State Publicity Secretary Ibim Welbon, who spoke to Today FM's Priye Izogo, described the suspension as a blatant disregard for a subsisting court injunction issued by Chief Magistrate Harold Wini, which restrains the NYCN leadership or any individual from interfering in the affairs of the council in Rivers State. Welbon claimed that the Rivers State chapter of NYCN conducted a legitimate election on March 26, 2024, supervised by a returning officer from the NYCN National Secretariat, affirming Bani's leadership.
You all will recall that the state chapter of the NYCN held its election on the 26th day of March with a returning officer from the National Secretariat present to witness the elective process. This announcement by the so-called leadership of the National Youth Council of Nigeria is not only laughable, but also a blatant disregard for a subsisting court injunction by His Worship Harold Barisip in Wine Esquire that expressly bars the National Youth Council of Nigeria leadership or any other person from taking any action regarding NYCN in Rivers.
Welbon accused the said national leadership of being unknown for any youth empowerment programs, alleging that their only agenda is inciting crises in different states to extort money from political targets. He further alleged that the suspension was a politically motivated script orchestrated by a top politician aimed at undermining Bani's leadership following his demand for justice over the burning of the River State House of Assembly. A former Niger Delta agitator, leader, and Amayanabo of Toru Saramapiri, Alhaji Yasari Dokubo, has advised youth in Rivers State not to allow themselves to be used to promote social vices, warning that such actions could endanger their lives and hinder their ability to achieve their life goals. Alhaji Dokubo gave this advice when he received the leadership and members of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Rivers State chapter, during a familiarization visit to his residence in Oboma. In a statement issued by his media aide, Darafe Christopher Bride, Dokubo urged the youth to always uphold peace and resist any attempt by individuals or groups to use them to cause unrest in society. The traditional ruler also pledged his continuous support for youth development initiatives, encouraging them to reach out to him whenever necessary. Earlier, the state chairman of NYCN, Ambrose Soporuchukwu Okbo, said the visit was aimed at seeking the blessings of the Amaniebo and tapping into his vast wealth of wisdom and experience. He also assured that the NYCN would intensify its sensitization campaign against social vices for the benefit of the state. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the rest of our stories. The hearing of a suit filed by Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner Samuel Amatunji against President Bola Tinubu, Attorney General of the Federation, Nigerian Senate and House of Representatives, as well as the sole administrator of River State over the declaration of the state of emergency in the state, has been transferred from Port Harcourt Division of the Federal High Court to Abuja Division. Today, FM Uchinde Joho, who was at the court premises, gathered that not just the suit by Samuel Amatunji had been transferred, but every other matter touching on the declaration of the emergency rule in River State. The plaintiff in the suit, Samuel Amatunji, who spoke to newsmen outside the courtroom, revealed how he was informed upon arrival at the court that his matter had been transferred to Abuja, citing Order 49 of the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Law. Amatunji, urging authorities concerned to assign the matter to a judge that will give speedy hearing on the matter based on the peculiarity of the case, expressed mixed feelings over the transfer, which he said had its roots in River State, just as he assured of his readiness to meet the respondents in court.
The matter is slated today
for hearing. On the last adjourned date, the court ordered hearing notices to be served on all parties, and accordingly, same was served on all the parties involved, which made the matter to be ripe for hearing today. However, I am in court today, but shockingly, I discovered that the matter has been transferred pursuant to Order 49 of the Federal Civil Procedure Rules to the Federal Capital Territory. That is, the matter has been transferred from Port Harcourt Division of the Federal Court, where the matter was instituted, to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, which has now stalled proceedings for today. On our part, we still do well to meet them at the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, or whichever division of the Federal Court they choose to push the matter to.
The Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner Samuel Amotunji further explained his reasons for challenging the declaration of a state of emergency by President Bola Tinubu as approved by the National Assembly. Eclampsia has been identified as a major contributor to maternal death in Rivers State, according to findings from the Maternal and Prenatal Child Death Surveillance and Response Report for 2023 and 2024 launched by the Rivers State Ministry of Health. Speaking at the event, the Reproductive Health Coordinator and MPCDSR Focal Lead Rivers State Ministry of Health, Dr. Irirevo Smith, emphasized that early antenatal registration is key to preventing eclampsia, a life-threatening condition characterized by seizures in pregnant women, often preceded by high blood pressure and protein in the urine. Dr. Smith explained that consistent medical checks through early antenatal care help detect early signs of the condition, improving outcomes for both mother and child.
We realized, based on the data that was shared today, that eclampsia is a major cause of maternal death in Rivers. Eclampsia is a situation where a woman who is pregnant begins to feed, especially during the later periods of her pregnancy, where a pregnant woman begins to convulse. And we found out that there are preventive things, simple things that could prevent that. One is for her to register early during the antenatal period. This condition, eclampsia, is noticed earlier on based on one symptom. It's a sign, actually. It's raised blood pressure. A woman's blood pressure should not be raised. In fact, most times, normally, a woman's blood pressure reduces during pregnancy. So when the healthcare facility worker notices that there is raised blood pressure, it immediately makes them prepare for likely preventive measures.
Dr. Smith further stated that the goal of MPCDSR is to empower health facilities to analyze maternal and child death, while also raising awareness that surveillance should extend beyond clinical settings. She stated that the initiative encouraged both institutions and individuals to identify preventable causes of death and redesign their strategies accordingly, adding that quality maternal health care requires a collaborative effort involving not just health facilities but also pregnant women, their families and the wider community to ensure safe pregnancies and positive outcomes. The administrator of Ahoda West Local Government Area, Promise Jacob, has approved the appointment of Eniton Iyala as Secretary to the Local Government Council and Dr. Elijah Lucky Okapi as his Chief of Staff. Promise Jacob also approved the appointment of Madu Dab Madueke as his Chief Secretary and Q Unisomise Ekine as the Chief of Protocol to the Administrator. According to a statement he personally signed, the Ahoda West Local Government Council Sole Administrator Promise Jacob said the appointment took effect from the 14th of April 2025. And on the foreign scene, at least 50,000 people have been left stranded following rising flood waters in eastern Australia. This comes as torrential rain pummeled waterlogged towns for a second day, and it gorged rivers swallowed roads, leaving 2 dead. Police have pulled 2 bodies from floodwaters on the mid-north coast, a river-braided region of rugged hills and fertile valleys about 400 kilometers north of Sydney. Authorities launched a major search and rescue mission as people clambered atop cars, houses and highway bridges to escape the tide of muddy water. The government Weather Bureau said the storms have in some areas dumped more than a half a year's worth of rain over just 3 days. Meanwhile, the government has declared the emergency a natural disaster, unlocking greater resources for impacted areas. In sports, FIFA has announced the creation of a transfer window running from June 1 to 10 for all teams competing in this summer's revamped Club World Cup. FIFA further announced an additional in-competition transfer window, which will open from June 27 to July 3rd. The 2025 Club World Cup will feature 32 teams from across the globe and runs from June 14 to July 13 in the United States. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian senators called for the establishment of a military base in Hong, local government area of Adamawa State, following the resurgence of Boko Haram attacks in the area. The planned coalition of opposition political parties has dismissed claims of adoption of the ADC as the political platform ahead of the 2027 general election. We told you that the Rumo Elimini Council of Chiefs has dismissed claims by the acting VC of Ignatius Ajuri University of Education over community thoughts in the recently conducted employment exercise at the university. On the foreign scene, you also heard that over 50,000 people have been left stranded in eastern Australia following rising floodwaters. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 389 2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bacalistic, obonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have a boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, we don't become ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices will near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the heart. In some people, they make efforts to get into the heart, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent health caregiver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Countryman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking itself, sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition, where don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices where near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
People fixing the world.
This is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service with me, Myra Anubi. It's a program with a difference because while everyone else is focused on what's going wrong, we look at what's going right. And often on the show, I tell you what people are doing to make a difference. But today we're hearing about the amazing things that can happen when people stop what they're doing, sit still, and breathe. Now, for many of us, life is very fast-paced. I mean, if you're anything like me, between the business of living in a city, working, parenting, my mind is always rushing around, moving between thoughts of the past, plans for the future, worrying, organizing, dreaming, and so much more. We rarely take time to just hit the pause button and reflect on what's going on within us. But for centuries in Eastern religions like Buddhism and Hinduism, people have talked about the importance of observing what's happening in the here and now. According to this ancient wisdom, by observing our thoughts and emotions without reacting to them, we can gain more control over our experience and therefore feel lighter, calmer, and less stressed. In the West, this practice is often referred to as mindfulness. Today we'll be looking at some places where this free and simple tool is having a big impact, and in places you might not expect, like high-security prisons in Kenya.
It was actually imparting a change in our mind that we are human beings, we should be handled by a lot of dignity.
But first, we'll start in the U.S., where more than 20 years ago, 3 friends from the northeastern city of Baltimore started a special club to help troubled kids from their neighborhood. Since then, they've been transforming lives across the city. Our reporter, Ben Wyatt, went to check it out.
It's 9 a.m. and the students of Baltimore Design School are getting ready for the day.
Good morning, everyone. This is Science Messiah, your junior class president, and I'm here today to present our morning mindful moment. At this time, please give us your full attention as we'll be doing 7 belly breaths.
As the teenagers settle into their seats, a guided meditation is read out over the school's PA system to every classroom.
Inhale. Exhale.
Every day, the school begins like this.
Inhale. Exhale.
The morning meditation is known as the Mindful Moment.
Exhale.
It's part of a wider program set up by the Holistic Life Foundation, a non-profit organization which teaches yoga and meditation in schools throughout Baltimore.
Now be your own scientist and check in with your mind and body to see how that affected you. Have a wonderful day.
The foundation was started in 2001 by brothers Ali and Atman Smith, along with their college best friend Andres Gonzalez, or as they're affectionately known around here, the A-Team. Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How's it going with you?
Chilling. Welcome to the home office.
Thank you very much. So this is the A-Team?
This is the A-Team.
So who am I speaking to here?
Andres. Atman.
Ali,
Nice
all
to meet you.
the AAA. That's great. The A-Team got into yoga and mindfulness as college students and found it was having a transformative effect on their own lives. So when, after graduating, they were asked to help out with an after-school program for disruptive kids in their neighborhood, they had an idea.
We tricked them, honestly. We told them that, hey, we have an after-school program. You know, why don't y'all come hang with us? We'll play basketball, we'll go swimming. And then we took them up to the dance studio and we started doing yoga.
It wasn't long before the classes started having an impact on the kids, and their school took notice.
Everyone's looking at us like, we don't know what y'all are doing, but keep doing it, because they could see the transformation occurring in the kids. They could see how the kids that were starting fights were now the ones that were breaking up the fights.
Word spread and the after-school program grew. Soon there were 90 kids turning up for the yoga and mindfulness every day. And after that, it wasn't long before the A-Team were invited to run their programs in schools across the city. Baltimore might not seem like the most obvious place to start a yoga in schools revolution. Around a fifth of families in this city live below the poverty line, and many of the neighborhoods here struggle with gun violence, high crime rates, addiction, and unemployment. Many of the kids turning up to the Foundation's classes each week contend with really difficult home lives.
Whether it's acute, secondary, intergenerational trauma, I think that the things that they go through and the things that they've experienced in their lives are things that some people may never ever experience, and they can go through that just in their elementary and younger years. The violence, some of the drug abuse that's been going on, the sexual abuse that's going on. Unfortunately, there are a lot of underprivileged and underserved people here, and they're just not given what everyone else is given.
The Foundation's mission is to give young people living here tools to reduce stress and to regulate their emotions. Mindfulness, becoming aware of the present moment, is at the core of what they teach.
We define mindfulness, we talk about awareness of yourself, what's going on within you, your feelings, your emotions, and then once you start becoming more aware of yourself, and your breath is a huge signal, it's like a flag for you. As your heart rate increases, you know that you're shifting to that stress response. When we're in a heightened state, we either fight or flee, so things happen like adrenaline levels increase, your heart rate increases, you start breathing in and out of your mouth, and these are like survival instincts that every human has.
But for kids growing up with trauma, This fight or flee response can be especially sensitive.
They perceive everyone and everything as threats, and they act hypervigilant. And if they don't have tools to peacefully resolve conflicts, then they'll resolve the conflicts with their fists. And that's what happens in school. Somebody comes too close to somebody, or steps on somebody's shoe or something like that, they'll feel threatened and they'll punch without even thinking about it. And you ask the kid, why'd you just hit that person? They'll be like, I don't know. And they really don't know because, they are in that stress response and, they react instead of respond.
By teaching students how to respond rather than react, by noticing when they're getting worked up and using breathing techniques to calm themselves down, the A-team say these simple practices can have a life-changing impact.
Literally, this can save some kids' lives. When they're walking down a street and someone says something to them, if they're in this hypervigilant mode, their reaction could lead to something that is life-threatening. But if they're able to still themselves, be present, and have that calm awareness, then they're able just to move on, respond in a different manner, and it can change their lives.
At Baltimore Design School, along with the daily meditation, there's also a dedicated mindful room where students can come to calm down, stretch and do breathing exercises with a specialised instructor.
Hey, Evan, let's go more. Got your class?
Miss Janae is the mindfulness instructor at the school. I watched as she had a session with 16-year-old student Evan.
All right, let's just do some stress busts. Get you feeling a little calm, bring your heart rate down real quick.
A lot of students do have some rough backgrounds. Some of them have definitely faced homelessness. Some of them don't have food in the home. Parents could be fighting. So teachers do refer students to come here, say they're having a hard time in class or they're not listening. They will send them here. We'll usually talk to them, do a breathing activity, maybe give them some time of silence, and then send them back to class.
Take another deep inhale.
It's relaxing, it's a safe space, and it helps us have a place to go if we don't want to be in a loud, crowded area.
Do you ever do this when you're outside of school?
Yes, especially when I'm home or when I feel like I need to get some anger off. I reground myself by doing a breathing exercise rather than resort to something extreme.
I'm joined now by Ben Wyatt down the line. Ben, I've heard of mindfulness being used to reduce stress before, but never in this context.
Yeah, I think it can't really be underestimated, the kind of stress some of these kids are living in. There was a teacher I spoke to who said a pupil in her class had been very quiet because at the weekend he'd seen his father killed. Some children dealing with parents who had addiction problems, and that's why they weren't sleeping at night. So in a context like this, the founders of the Holistic Life Foundation argue they're bringing these kind of practices to the places that need them most.
It's really sad that these kids are going through so much at such a young age. But have any studies been done to show that this actually works?
Yeah, there was a study by Johns Hopkins University that showed that the Foundation's program significantly improved kids' focus. Also, their response to stress, it helped them regulate their emotions and also reduce their anxiety. Plus, the city schools taking part in the program have reported a huge drop in suspensions since it started.
How many kids are we talking about exactly?
Well, since they started back in 2001, the Holistic Life Foundation has expanded their programs beyond Baltimore to include other cities like Chicago and Denver. To date, they've taught over 200,000 students, they say, in over 100 schools nationwide. And many of these former students actually go on to become instructors themselves. And I went across town to an elementary school called Edgewood to meet one.
How was everyone's day today? Good.
Another part of the Foundation's program is teaching yoga 4 times a week at elementary schools across the city.
Pushing your hips all the way up, dropping your head.
Here at Edgewood, the sports hall is filled with around 25 students aged between 5 and 12. The instructor, Anaje, first started attending classes just like these when she was 7 years old.
I was kind of like a rebel growing up because I had a bad attitude. I had a bad attitude problem. So they just told me that it would help with my attitude and like showing up better in school. So it honestly just worked. Like it helped me to be more grounded and present in the moment and not, lash out. Like not be so quick to react. I grew up around like a lot of negative energies. So the breath helped me to not internalize the negative energy, but to turn your pain into power, basically. And to know that most of the negative feelings I felt wasn't mine, to give it back to where it came from.
The A-Team's hope is to teach students to become teachers themselves, and Anaje did just that after finishing school.
I was going to work for them when I was like 18, but then I ended up pregnant, so I didn't go through with it. So last year was my first year actually like working for them.
And how have you felt since you started working for them?
Whole, like, it feels really good because I feel like I have a great impact on these children, like positively, and helping them see that it's more to life than negativity and hurting, because a lot of these children that I work with are hurting. You know, their homes are hurting, you know, and I grew up in that, so I can relate to a lot of the things that they go through and help them to know, like, you're smart, you're capable, you know, you're loved, you are safe, and just to be who you are, be grounded, and shine bright.
I caught up with a few of Anaje's young students to see what they thought of the session.
My name is Leela. What I think about breathing is it helps me concentrate, it helps me learn better when I'm struggling, and yeah.
Something good about breathing is something that makes me feel a little bit calmer. When I breathe, it makes me take my stress off.
For kids growing up in environments of trauma, deprivation and violence, the A-Team believe that empowering children with these tools can change the course of even very young lives.
You know, we teach them how to do math, we teach them how to read, but we're not teaching them how to self-regulate. We're not teaching them the proper way of breathing, how to feel comfortable in their bodies, to be able to work through some of the trauma they've experienced. These are such basic, simple skills that we're giving individuals, and we're giving them plenty of them so that they have a toolbox to go throughout life. You know, the mindfulness and the breath, but it's also the love. They learn to love themselves. When you learn to love yourself, it's much easier to look at other people and to love them because you see yourself within them, and I think that's when the real transformation occurs.
I'm Myra Anubi, and you're listening to People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service. And today we're finding out how a simple and free technique called mindfulness is having a big impact in places that you might not expect. From schools in America to prisons in Kenya.
Yeah, this is a mindful group with a song entitled Hopeful Master. Hopeful Master. Are you ready now?
This is the somewhat unlikely sound of a group of inmates in a maximum security men's prison singing a song about mindfulness.
Mindful leaders, we are hopeful masters. Mindful leaders, we can transform the universe.
10 years ago, a pilot project was set up to train inmates and prison guards in basic mindfulness techniques. And it all started with one woman.
So my name is Inma Darves-Giorno. Well, in Kenya, they know me as Dr. Inma.
Inma is a social scientist and mindfulness researcher at the University of Exeter here in the UK. Back in 2015, she was researching ways that mindfulness can create positive change within institutions. So when she was invited to demonstrate her approach at a maximum security prison in Kenya called Naivasha GK, she thought, why not? But no one could have predicted what would happen next.
I kept on saying that the response was well beyond my wildest dreams. The way in which they were transforming themselves from day one to even to day two, it was just absolutely extraordinary.
Now, I have to admit that when I first heard about this idea, mindfulness in prison, I was pretty skeptical. I have visited a prison in Kenya before, and I can tell you that the conditions are usually harsh and brutal. Overcrowded cells with very little ventilation, poor sanitation, and often prisoners end up sleeping on hard concrete floors. In other words, it's not the kind of place that you would expect a mindfulness program to be effective. This particular prison is one of the largest in Eastern Africa, with many offenders serving life sentences and some on death row.
In Naivasha Maximum, we used to have a lot of chaos and tension.
Joseph Mugatha has been an officer at this prison for 15 years.
As prison officers, we used to carry a baton. It's part of your uniform, because anytime a chaos can erupt in this maximum security prison. Back then, a prison guard was an enemy of the inmate, maybe in a nutshell, because by the uniform that we wear, it used to portray authority, control, and force.
Joseph remembers the day Inma first came to the prison.
He told us, I'm here because I want to roll out a program which talk about the mind. Yes, the inner reflection, the inner soul. So everyone was eager to know what is this.
A big group of inmates and a few officers congregated together in a large room. There weren't enough chairs, so they had to sit on the floor in a circle to listen to what she had to say.
She had to start with breathing in, breathing out, and then she started to ask us, what is in your feeling? What is in your mind? Others gave anger, others uncertainty, others confused. She told us to write down what we feel and fold the paper, and then we meditate. What is the effect of what we have written in our body, in our soul? And she took all what we have written and she burned, meaning you have brought it from your soul, from your mind, and now it is no longer with you.
It was such an unusual scene. Inmates and officers talking about their emotions, writing them down on pieces of paper, and then symbolically releasing them by burning the papers. Joseph remembers how it seemed to bring them together.
It is a bonding, because you see now, what the inmate has written, some coincided with what I heard. So now we have come as a family.
Afterwards, they started talking about how to work with their minds. They were taught to use different techniques, like comparing their minds to something I really like, a radio.
This radio, you can choose the channel which is negative or the channel which is positive, or you can switch not to listen to any channel. So the technique were able to help us to understand ourselves.
The sessions in Maran that week had a big impact on the inmates and officers. Those who received the training were invited to become what's called mindful leaders and share what they'd learned with others in the prison. Soon, these simple lessons ended up spreading throughout the facility.
There was the invitation to do it in the unique way. People were creating songs, they had poems, they had raps. It was almost like the fire. Fire started here and it was spreading to different places, because once they were becoming mindful leaders, they wanted to share it with others.
Joseph was so impressed by what he saw that he worked to include it as a permanent course in the prison's school system. This mindfulness training was designed to foster self-awareness, self-acceptance and leadership, and it seemed to be working. 4 years after the training began, an impact report published by the University of Exeter showed that violent incidents had reduced by 85%. Anger and stress among inmates and staff had also fallen, and mindfulness training had led to a transformational change between guards and inmates.
We were able to understand the inmates, and the inmates were able to understand us, and the discipline in the prison was able now to have a paradigm shift from the chaos that we used to have to a very calm institution.
The Kenya Prison Service took notice of what was happening at Naivasha GK, and today, thanks to inmates and committed officers like Joseph, the Mindful Leadership Program has spread to 17 other prisons across the country. And it's even spilled out beyond prison walls.
Breathe in.
In a town in the west of Kenya called Kakamega, a former prisoner called David Okwemba is leading a session in mindfulness for young people living on the street. David served 13 years at Naivasha GK prison.
I was depressed and my mind was not stable, so I didn't know anything about how to advocate for myself.
After attending INMA's training back in 2015, David became a mindful leader and started training other inmates. He found it transformative.
It was actually imparting a change in our mind that we are human beings, we should be handled by a lot of dignity. And at the same time, if you change your mind positive, then all these negative things that are happening or what people think about you is not you. So I did it, and from my experience, it is working. Because that's why I took it to the community.
Since being released 3 years ago, he set up a small charity called MindTap to bring mindfulness into the community. He teaches in schools as well as holding mindful movement and breathing sessions for children living on the streets in the neighborhood.
They have took it very positive and they are doing it. Some of them, they have lived to use drugs. They are not using drugs. They usually come here in the morning. They say we want breathing in. Every morning they pass through the office and we do it a little bit.
David is one of a number of former inmates now bringing mindfulness into the community institution where he can offer mindfulness classes free of charge to former prisoners like himself to support their rehabilitation into society.
I believe that the best investment is to the people. So if I invest mindfulness in the community, it won't perish. It's something that will go on and on and on. And now we're changing the world.
Changing the world is a kind of thing we like to hear on this program. Has mindfulness or yoga helped you in any way? Why don't you go ahead and send me an email to peoplefixingtheworld@bbc.co.uk. Now, I'll be back next week with more positive news, and this time from Malawi. Join me for that. Until then, thanks for listening.
To make sense of what's happening in your world, listen to What in the World by downloading the BBC World Service app.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
We talk, you listen.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
On the coast of Chile, killing about 5,700 people. In 1972, Richard Nixon arrived in Moscow, the first visit by a U.S. president to the Soviet Union. In 1973, the National Youth Service Corps was established as a way to rebuild the nation after the Nigerian Civil War by General Yakubu Gowon. In 2010, Jordan Romero, a 13-year-old boy from the United States, became the youngest person to climb Mount Everest. In 2010, Air India Express Flight 812 overshot the runway and crashed, killing 158 people. In 2017, a suicide bomber detonated an explosive device at Manchester Arena after an Ariana Grande concert, killing 22 people. In 2018, Stacey Abrams became the first black woman to be nominated as United States Governor for Georgia.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Say what family about your Tunica. You say you want make up the brain, make I suffer. Enemies go try go back to sender. Man no because of me, I know the water. He gets many reasons and it is already with it. Papa no need to be chapel. Say he gets many reasons and it is already with it. Papa no need to 40 levy highway. While I've last night only. Ain't no changing God's way. Now I every day now my petty. Got up on the bottom now we here. What's in my door? What do we do? She don't need my door. Anybody back in every year. That look more. Look more. Yeah, let me break up with the feeling. But she tell no more. I bet no more. If you got paid, power lock. You want to let you want. If it's a pair, I want. Don't make me talk what she call you. I'm your one. I'm not here, but you're you say you want me, can be bring me, can suffer. Enemies could try, but back to sender. Man, no, because of me, I know they put that. And they get many reasons, and it is already written. Papa, Luni gave you the jabber. Say, he gets many reasons, and it is already written. Papa, Luni gave you the jabber. Say, the jabber.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good afternoon. Here's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Uputu. The federal government, through its Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, has said fuel tankers will no longer be allowed to move at night. The chief executive of the NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed, stated this in Lagos at a sensitization program for petroleum tanker drivers organized in collaboration with petroleum tanker drivers of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, the National Association of Road Transport Owners, the Federal Road Safety Corps, and other agencies. Ahmed, who was represented by the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Environment and Community at NMDPRA, Mustafa Lamode, disclosed that truck movement should be between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Ahmed added that the ban on 60,000 trucks is being implemented, and no truck will load more than 45 litres by the end of the fourth quarter of 2025. Lamode disclosed that a technical working committee comprising 13 institutions had been formed to address the trend. The Nigerian exchange closed negatively as the equities market reversed the previous day's gains, with investors losing approximately 70 billion naira in market capitalization. The all-share index shared 111.37 points, representing a 0.1% decline, to close at 109,619.10. Consequently, the overall market capitalization dipped from 69.0 trillion naira to 68.9 trillion naira. Despite the market loss, trading activity improved as investors exchanged 664.16 million shares worth 13 billion naira in 19,439 deals. This represents a 34% increase in trading volume, although turnover declined by 2% compared to the previous trading day. The National Bureau of Statistics has said the average pump price of premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, surged by 76.73% year-on-year to 1,239.33 naira per litre in April 2025. This represents a sharp rise from 701.24 naira recorded in April 2024, highlighting the continued volatility in the downstream petroleum market following the removal of fuel subsidies. However, compared to March 2025, when the average stood at 1,261.65 naira, petrol prices dropped slightly by 1.77%. The figures are contained in the NBS report titled Premium Motor Spirit Petrol Price Watch, April 2025. A state-by-state breakdown showed that Imo recorded the highest average price of 1,588.50 naira per litre, followed by Jigawa at 1,567.84 and Sokoto at 1,550.00 naira. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has warned oil companies against employing unregistered engineers. The Executive Secretary of the NCDMB, Felix Obe, gave this directive at the ongoing Nigerian Oil and Gas Opportunity Fair organized by the board in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. According to him, only engineers certified by the Council for the Regulation of Engineering Nigeria should be engaged for contracts. Obe said the law does not permit any engineer who is not registered with Corin to practice in Nigeria. Obe appealed to both international and indigenous oil companies to ensure that only registered individuals are engaged for their engineering works. And finally, on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump's whirlwind visit to the Middle East saw a wave of AI deal-making that could reshape the global technology landscape. On May 12, Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Public Public Investment Fund announced the establishment of AI startup Remain. U.S. companies NVIDIA, AMD, and Qualcomm also announced deals to supply chips and partner on AI infrastructure with Humane. The Trump administration also announced that it would rescind and replace the AI diffusion rule, a Biden-era regulation capping sales of the most advanced chips that were set to take effect on May 15. According to the Commerce Department, on the final leg of the tour, the U.S. and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, announced that they will partner to build a data center complex in Abu Dhabi with 5 gigawatts of capacity, the largest data center cluster outside of the U.S. And that's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Thanks for listening. I'm Faustina Uputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Don't get it mixed up. You are listening to Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news, and sports station in Port Harcourt. We are the voice of the people.